nothing sighted so far. The cold feels nice. It reminds me of home, which we are going to. This is my path. I should have read the fucking dream I had again. Verena spoke to me again. She said, "We are lost and bonded."
Bright and early, Ivyr.
I do not sleep much. I usually keep watch just in case.
You should ask others to switch with you.
They are busy, and it is cold at night. I am much more accustomed.
It's true. I figured there'd be at least some solace inside of the airship. It doesn't hold.
It is because it is not made for it.
This is fair.
The rooms are too large to hold any heat. Here you want smaller rooms. The dorms should be warm if you light a fire. Or if you run your lawnmower.
We did light the walls. Maybe that's something we should try to do at the dorms.
It is ill-advised.
Immensely.
They are made mostly of wood.
This is fair. There's easier chance to start fires.
Perhaps the Aether Tech, I believe it is called, can find a solution. Till then, it will be cold.
I'm no kind of Aether technician. I wouldn't know where to start.
Just be wary if you watch later into the day. The snow can be blinding when reflecting the sun.
That's right. If I remember, there are some people out there that use something called snow blinds. They carved them out of bone.
It is not uncommon.
Maybe that's something we should all look into making, at the very least.
It is not too much of a worry if there's cloud cover. The main concern is that even with clouds, the sun can peek through the snow.
Right. I need to get something to eat. Need anything?
I am fine.
Good to hear.
She said my prayers were heard by all the gods. She was the only one who responded. Why? Is it because my curse? It is hard to say. The sun is rising higher, and it will get warmer soon. She said I needed to hunt. Then I should hone my skill. Train against others.
Okay, I suppose. I'm tired. And cold.
Alright, oh, yeah, I'll keep it in mind then. Alright.
Yeah, is it just like because it's just really cold? It's really like fucking you up.
Oh, right.
And on top of the, the whole we're stuck in a metal box several thousand feet in the air.
Yeah, kind of something like that.
Yeah. Fucking hate the cold.
Yeah, but not really. It's I normally do a thing which ever since we started coming to
Oh,
coupling
sorry. I didn't mean to be in the way.
really able to do much.
You were.
I just wanted to let you know that
Feeling a little bit more
Ren,
colder each day.
let's talk with a bunch of
Guess I finally caught up.
either technicians.
Can't do that in the training room or anything?
Because training thing. So
No,
it's
that
something
was
that I might
something.
not be available
But the
immediately.
metal might.
Oh.
I don't want to.
That's fine.
Morning.
If anything comes about, just come to find me.
Yeah.
I'm keeping it mainly to myself for the most part.
Doing any better today?
Did you
We
sleep
gotta
alright?
find another way for you to, I guess, do your thing, just like not in like
I will be fine.
in a big flashy way.
Okay, it's
Or
better
I
than
guess
nothing.
that's what is that kind of what he's all about? I don't know anything about
Yeah,
this guy.
I'm not exactly a fan of the cold. Do without it, mostly.
Okay, I got sandwiches on the counter if you want one.
Really? Find other.
Nice.
They
Still, makes it hard.
I also made some stew.
It's not a matter of being big and flush.
other drinks?
It's a matter of
I made stew, but I didn't think
Morning, Philia. Morning, Talia. Morning, LaFrost.
Festus.
That is a dog for elsewhere.
Ren wants to meet with the either
morning,
technicians
good morning.
after
Can
the
adjust your flame, or does it, can it not be
Morning,
anything
do
else?
it. Morning, bid it. Sure. Morning, sounds good.
It would be
find
an
me
insult
whenever you
if there
please.
was anything else.
Morning,
imagine
any more
if I
sandwiches
could
left?
Or
report
something.
It'll be the first time.
Oh, I'm not personally sure.
No, unfortunately. The closeness we have to any sort of sense of food in our
Yes.
cultures was mainly told.
Sheriff's not very good at holding. Ivor says we need some.
Oh, you have the.
heavy. Are you here for me?
Just leave it to be. You ignored it.
Goodbye.
Yeah, yeah. Here, let me adjust it.
How did it know?
Yeah, there it is. Rin wants medical to get
Interesting.
patient set.
Santa, oh, okay. I have to gather together, people, after, about training things,
So lot of gathering going on today.
Getting in on that training early, huh?
Yes, I've been slacking.
Oh, morning, Gillen. It's empty time.
I am waiting for you.
Of course. Oh, actually, how's your training for? If you needed anything, I guess, aid with your the earth magic work, or do you feel content?
I feel pretty confident. Right now I mostly with young man.
Agreeable. The ship. I'll let you go about your business. Donna?
Just me, my friend.
It's very cold.
If you're still here. I am training. Now it is gone. One, 3, 4, 5, flow control. No. Too heavy. Not right. What am I doing wrong? Again. No. Off pace. Again. No. No, don't work. Again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, good. Good. No, again. Now I can get food.
No, just screw them. Grow out. I thought you said
I need girls to make that isn't around.
Find it. Oh, sorry.
It's okay. Just be careful, okay?
Yeah, you can just choose to be warm.
You can't really tell, but I'm flexing right now.
Nice. Yeah, you can just choose to be warm. I really don't know why more people just don't do it. That's what I used to do when I went out to the cold. I would start to get a little bit cold, and I'd be like, no, I'm warm, and I was warm again. There's no meat.
Nature. So that doesn't really count.
I don't know. I also usually like passed out, and I would wake up next to a fire. So. But it made me warm again. I just had to think about it hard enough, and then real.
Wait, who made the
Ellie's a freak of nature. Don't worry too hard about it.
I think I did. So like
Nice.
too noisy.
How's the ship feel? Balance-wise.
It's a little thing where it doesn't rock as much as a ship, but it's just...
Yeah. Well, that's probably the turbulence if we've gone over mountains at the time. But towards that and the noise in the back. Have you heard any noises from the back engine lately?
Yes, I killed it myself. Be careful, the claws are still sharp.
Claw. Claw.
Claw.
Ah. Ah. Claw. Scratch.
No, these are for protecting me. They are sturdy and good, like armor. Good.
Protect.
What? Be gentle, it is an heirloom. It is a present from my grandmother.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
Blue.
Blue.
Blue. Aqua.
Blue. Yes, I am indeed part of Team Aqua. Whom are you?
Blue. 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 Blue.
This is Patches.
Patches.
Patches. Pleasure to meet you.
From what I have been told, they are our Team Ferrali. They are part of Aqua as well.
Oh, okay. Well, pleasure to make your acquaintance. I like the,
Kitty.
yes.
Simple.
It's Stella.
Stella. Stella.
The realm of the stars. The one that Qualm watches over.
Eyes up.
Yes. How are you doing, Ivyr?
Fine. I'm training. Or at least I was.
Oh. Interesting. What are you training exactly?
I am not well versed in the Great Club.
Oh. So you're just been training that. What weapons were you using prior to the Great Club?
I used many weapons, including swords and axes and spears.
Oh.
Spear.
Not really. I used throwing spears.
Spear.
Oh.
Rose spear.
Yes, that one would be pretty bad at throwing, considering the broom part.
Plus the weight from the knife taped in the front would be
Off.
not the best. But it's very useful.
Captain.
Oh.
Blue.
Okay.
Blue.
I'm getting versed with... I have, thank you. I've just been trying to converse, with people.
Hair yellow. Hair same. Ear pointy. Same.
No.
What?
two blonde half-elves with eye patches. Surely it will not get confusing.
You're a half
Same.
elf as well. Pleasure to know.
Same.
We look nothing alike.
Same. Same, but darker.
I'm also
Hair
taller than
and
him, I
skin.
believe.
They also wield completely different weapons.
Same.
They're not the same.
Scabbard and a sword.
Sword. Sword. Blue. Blue.
Well, he's the captain, I'm not.
Same, but opposite.
I think
You
I
also have
win.
different styles of.
Patch black.
I'm the most blue on
white.
Aqua.
Opposite.
Oh, that's right.
Maybe I have to style my hair a different way, but I think our hairstyles are different enough.
Similar.
Sorry, I don't know if I fully met you yet.
Oh, no, yes. Hi, it's a pleasure to meet you, Captain. The name is Asteri. Asteri Icarus.
I'm from the Cabal. It's nice to meet your acquaintance. Absolutely.
I'm a newer addition. I've only been here for about 4 days, I believe.
Looks good. It's been an eventful 4 days, I'm sure.
Very much so, very much so. But nothing I'm not used to.
I'm returning to sitting.
Well, if you need anything of any, yes, aid of a captain, I'll be around.
Thank you kindly, sir. I'll definitely make sure to keep it in mind. I've been trying to keep mind of all the captains, make sure I treat them with the utmost respect, of course.
But I would say most of us are generally pretty casual about the captain thing. I know I don't really take it too seriously myself, but
Cool.
well,
Cool.
yeah, I do my best. Morning,
Seems
Yellow.
all the captains have good heads on their shoulders.
We try to.
Most people like their head on their shoulders.
About hunting parties at our next location.
Good.
Because of the food storage. You lost me.
Speaking of food, where's all the meat?
Did you hear what I said?
I didn't know.
assume probably eating. I'm not sure.
I was telling Graham that you spoke to him about
It's like
arranging
pieces in the
parties
stew,
for next
but-
There's some meat in
location
the freezer,
if we
is
don't
there
end
not?
up in some kind of market.
That's where I got
A stew is not meat, it is a soup.
For
Should be
food.
careful that some of the animals are going to
Well,
know
that's telling me
those
about
that
it.
are hunting parties.
The stew had
Be
meat.
careful.
That's
Not
what I'm
enough.
telling you.
They're looking for a
Hey,
whole
Or you
steak.
about
I don't
it.
know if
I
they're going
suppose
to find it.
I
either
can
one.
see
Take a
what I
look
can
now.
do depending on the
Then we
areas
should
where
stop
we're
and
at,
hunt.
and say figure out an entire hunting party.
Well, if
Dangerous
we're
people,
able to
dangerous
trade
animals, we
with
gotta worry about
someone
work
we can
laws
trade
anyway.
with,
Be good to
it won't be
replenish
as big
things
of a deal. But right now we're just food-wise.
That'll be good.
Things go
Hopefully we can
going,
find
but not
something
things that can
to enjoy.
help us long term.
I'm sure.
And we're trying not to be forced to turn back
Always
to
fine.
supplies anyway.
When it comes to food,
Yeah.
are you rationing the bar as well, just to make sure so we don't accidentally double
There's
tap our
such a
food
problem.
sources?
If I'd known, I would have just made something
Yep,
simple.
I'm
That'd be a
making
good idea.
sure you're giving
Just
Captain
something
people.
to worry about later on. Sure.
Yeah.
Next chance we get.
I suppose it's
Why
around.
not? Makes Marco's lane, but you.
Besides, better to have good
In the
ingredients.
market, hunting rounds
More
anymore.
energy for the day.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna go top
Go
deck,
check
see
the
what's
top.
happening up there. Breathe slowly, we're above the mountains. Don't want you to go unconscious.
Oh,
It's cold up there.
Oh, it quite is. Do you need anything to warm yourself up, sir?
No. Stop calling me that.
Where was everyone a second ago? Oh, just
Everyone else just went up deck for a moment. I'm trying to see the mountains.
It's gonna be freezing. Just to shut up, bro. Alright.
Do you wish for my gambeson for a moment?
Sure, might as well. Got that coat on anyway.
Here you go,
Would
sir.
have been nice to have something like that when I was traveling to Norndal.
Might be a bit large on you, but hopefully it'll last for a bit.
Just needed a quick bit to get.
Of course, sir.
Really honest. I'm trying. What's happening?
Yeah, don't take.
Liver. Plenty of fat. Plenty of goodness.
Yeah. Are they all like distant and like as if they have like
you
know an invisible barrier around them? Oh,
It's called taking a bath.
Yeah, just like dunk your head in like for a really long time.
Trying a metal weapon for once.
Oh, what is your
So
usual choice of weaponry?
Good morning, Hilma. Good morning, Jacqueline.
Excuse me.
Good morning.
I don't think it's not a case of you not being able to
Hope
catch
the day's
up.
been treating you well.
It's more what you encounter when you're alone in Droza. It's not just animals on the ground you gotta worry about.
I mean, as long as I don't touch the ground for too long, I'll be okay, right? I lay on a mountaintop for a little bit, get my energy, take off.
No, absolutely. Or you could, get jumped by a couple of magic beasts that have put one earth beast on the way down. That could be.
I mean, I still win, but yeah, it'd be rough.
What do you say usually in those cases? What? You'd win or something? I get it. No, I'd win. I'm built different.
How you feeling, Ivier? How's the cold treating you?
I am fine. I slept up here last night. I am used to it.
Any reason why not in the bunk? Just keeping an eye out?
Keeping watch would be a good idea, considering rift proximity.
That's also true. Depends also where we land, and we're gonna land near in the mountain range. We'd still have a little bit of leeway to defend ourselves, at least from position-wise. If we touch down in the middle of the Drozen wilderness, not even sure what the hell we're gonna face there. Been a while since I encountered the last Warclaw. Don't need to have that face against us.
I am more worried about the frozen armors of the East.
I'm assuming it might have just gone back to a hunt. Yes, my story. So I'm assuming it might have been
Worried about a lot of things, but that's Northern Droza for you, or Droza in general. Shithole, but it is what it is.
Besides, the Warclaws, I believe, are more toward central Droza. There shouldn't be too many this far out. Not enough hiding spots.
I hope. On one hand, I would hope so. On the other hand, with the Rift activity, I'm not sure if they started to wander around in other directions. That's the other reason. At this point, if a rift opens up in the middle of nowhere in Northern Droza, it could be a case that they start migrating over north, north, west, wherever.
They thrive on ambush. I would know. I raised one.
Oh. Raise the war claw. Interesting.
That's the trick, but I don't know what happened to the healing systems.
How do you know about raising war claws?
Expelling systems.
My clan practiced it.
No.
Cut them off.
Ever encountered the Raylins by chance?
As enemies, yes.
Right.
We need sunlight.
Understandable. Definitely have my respect for that. War claws are not pushovers. Did you raise them from cub size, or did you tame it?
Cub, it is harder to tame them. But they are loyal for life, so... I miss Spine
His
Ripper.
enemies made with the Raylins. Spine Ripper?
She earned her name well.
Knowing war claws, I can't blame that.
She gave me a run for my money.
Oh! Those scars were hers? Were theirs? Not sure if...
She was a cub, but one must prove that they are superior at all times.
The way how I see it, I wish my scar was from a four-claw. This one was sadly Rift Beast, so...
I have plenty of those as well.
I feel that. What about you, yo? Hope I didn't interrupt any sort of conversation that you might wanted to have?
No, I'm not in any rush. Didn't expect to find reminiscing about the place that we're heading to. From all the stories I've heard, roses from this one.
Take it from Drozens, and I feel like Ivy can probably echo that sentiment. You don't want to be in Drozen. The fact that we're here is already a big bother to me.
Well, let's hope we find what we're looking for swiftly, then. How to part
Wasn't it?
justice, so.
The longer I stay north, the more uncomfortable I get. Don't like it here.
I still prefer Droza to A6. At least if someone is your enemy, they will say it to your face.
That is true. Most cases, at least.
Most of the clans I met were open. And the few that weren't are dead.
Yeah. Still, Yoro, did you have a conversation with, I heard Rin wanted to have the 8th Attack Division at some point?
It's not happened until after that,
I heard the... Was it the training session of Luca?
That's the one.
I understand that, but... means... I'm gonna leave you two to it. At least I feel the dew here has not gotten too thin yet. If we start getting in the further ranges of the mountaintop, either slow down your breathing or get below deck. You don't want to be too far up there.
Understood.
Is that one of yours?
What one of mine?
I'm unsure. I've only seen you use one before.
Vesper brought it up on deck night before. From down below. I think he was interested in looking at the stars or something.
I was about to say,
Recent events.
it is pointing the wrong way for watch. Unless we're waiting for things to fall out of the sky.
I should hope not. No. With us tailing those other ships,
suppose they might make some attempt at delaying us. They did have a couple of small, I presume, gunships alongside of them.
If they fly below us, I could take one over.
Didn't get a good look at them when they flew overhead. I don't suppose you made out anything on it appeared to be weaponry. Not that I am expecting them to be unarmed.
I would not know what to look for. I know a normal ship has cannons or archers along the ridge. And I know Drozen warships usually cover themselves in shields. I do not know much of these flying things.
I have no idea what Alvendur has prepared for those such venture.
The smaller ships that they had looked weaker. I saw bits of wood on them, whereas their main ship was made mainly of metal, if I remember correctly.
Aye, but don't underappreciate the value that provides in maneuver.
It provides nothing if I board it and smash it to pieces.
Well, no other.
I suppose not.
Nothing else to do than search. Let's go.
Getting on board will be more difficult if it's a venture.
What though?
If they go under us, I will jump on them.
You'll await my permission for doing so first.
Who is the man in white?
David?
With the face mask.
David?
Oh, Octavian. He was at one point a professor with Rosewood. In fact, at one point he was the one that was assigned to Aqua. I had a chance to speak to him since his return. Anything's changed.
Easy.
Not that I'd look to go out of my way to conversation. While his guidance, Devon, help, method work, ruthless.
And he's Drozen? Is that why he was up here?
Would only be presuming to guess that he wasn't. I'll admit I didn't ask many personal questions when he's running us through trains and
Hey!
Patches. So they actually said where we're actually going towards?
This fallen star.
north. reputation. Just chasing that.
The star, for lack of a better way to describe it.
Starfall.
Was it conveyed to you about the, I guess after Luca's training thing that he's doing? Yeah, do you know what that's about? Because I was just told that Rin wanted to talk to us.
No.
Okay. Fair enough. I figured I'd at least try to find out early. You already got 2 projects going on at the same time.
The workshop is getting a little busy, I think.
Yeah. Figure out where to put some of it while it's not in use if we're gonna add any more to the mix.
Amazing, an hour, I'm wiped. Captain. If possible later, could I spar some other people of Aqua? I want to see where they all lay, combat-wise.
You don't need to ask my permission to spar the other members. It's up to them whether they accept.
I was just making sure. I do not wish to get in trouble for sparring another.
Sparring won't land you trouble. An unprompt fight. That on the other hand would.
That would be an insult to my honor. The only fight worth fighting is when your enemy knows your fist is coming.
Then we have no issue.
Do you wish to spar, Patches?
Cool.
Very well, we will put you against Winters later. It will be a more even match. I fear even holding back I might hurt her.
You spend much more time with her training her up in resistance.
I have unfortunately left her to her own devices to train while I train myself. And it appears she has gotten lax, so perhaps another training session is in order.
At least wait until things calm down a little. The Aether take tide. It's a little busy.
So, after all your meetings, I can drag her to train.
Once you're done with your training or your lesson,
I am not cruel.
I'm writing some notes down of what I could remember. If you'd like, I can go over them.
Plus, we have plenty of healers readily available.
Come approach me later on in the evening. Riley, I remembered
some very important stuff.
Point as long as they are both agreeing that's a spa, you should be fine.
You guys left off blueberries?
But if you start saying the aspect of, you know, I challenge you, all that
with,
stuff.
you know.
I am not.
So yeah, I feel like I can ask her,
But I wanted to ask
and
you
I
to
can
have a
sort of
better
tell, like if she's quiet, and you ask her something,
course.
and then she just sort of gets like redder and redder. It kind of means that she's about to like explode, but if you stop just before then, it's usually okay.
Oh,
okay. Oh, hello.
Who are you making explode?
Alicia.
Where are you from?
I see.
By asking her inappropriate things about elves.
For the island.
Yes.
Do you know anything about elves?
Curious. If you, it seemed as though you.
My livers taste
How did
good.
you know we were coming to Drozek?
It was a vision given by Gaia.
I don't think I should tell her that. That doesn't seem like it would go very well. I think she'd be very angry.
Why not?
You should tell your captain that, though.
No.
Oh, okay, good idea.
Hey guys, training starting.
I'll be there.
No, speaking of training,
Sorry, I won't keep you anymore. I'd love to talk a little more later, though.
you've been keeping up,
Yes,
right?
I need to,
Conversation I have with someone, I don't think I'm going to bring anything.
Wonderful. Then you wouldn't mind a test after the Aether Tech meeting, then.
We'll see. I got so many things I need to work on.
I have permission to hunt you down if needed.
Like my gun. And I think I just don't know if they have time for it, right? There's just so many things going on. Why is he looking at us like this? Like, I know he said aloof and standoffish, but this is crazy. He's like on the other side of the room. Oh. Maybe this is what we're talking about, like standing like wistfully in the distance, like wondering if like such a thing could happen.
Anyways,
You think if you
I hope
stand
you are
next to
ready.
him, he'll like move away?
I should try it. Oh, maybe once we land.
What's the training?
I believe.
I'll find you later.
Jack had already approached Gelb about making a hunting party for once we land.
That's crazy. Should we get back up?
Sis always.
Yeah, what's up? What's up?
Yeah, one of these.
So tell me, man, you need to borrow your blade.
and you just pull out two
He was
short.
searching for a larger. He was looking for a larger sword. He said.
I might as well just use my
think you
sister
found
today.
useful.
Penny, do you want my sword?
I'm gonna start that training soon.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go get my stuff.
Penny, do you want
Penny.
my one, or you like?
If you want to fill in on spots I might miss, but no. Nah.
Yeah, I'll just
I
keep
think I'm
watch.
good.
I'll grab my stuff, and then if you don't mind, I'll
Got
take
it.
that.
You do your lesson, Luke. I want to keep an extra eye on people. Feel free to go for it.
Okay.
All right.
Guys, we could probably fill in here if you want to.
Is this everyone that wants to be here?
Just gonna. I just like your back.
I think a lot of the orcs first got lost.
Round check.
Sure.
Did it.
Oh, awesome. Great. All right, so this is going to be, I'll try to keep this pretty brief. Going to divide this lesson into two sections. The first, going over general callouts and stuff like that. The second part of the lesson is learning how to do the weapon transfusion. For auxiliaries, if your gate isn't open, it's not going to work. But you can still learn the infusion, and if you can find a way to open your gate, then you can start using it. I might try to hold some training sessions for that as well. But for now, we'll just go over the basics of the callouts. So, we've got 4 different classifications of rift beasts, and I'm sure most of you have seen them all at various detail at this point. But we've got movers, they're the mobile ones. We've got shakers, they're battlefield controllers that use area of effect attacks. We've got brutes that are strong, tough, and armored, and blasters that attack from ranged. Within the movers, we have subtypes There's flyers, leapers, and speedsters. It's kind of self-explanatory. One flies, one's fast, one jumps far distances. The best way to counter a mover is to confine its movement and anticipate its attacks from every direction. We've found in the field a really good way to take care of a mover is to grapple it by its tail or another spot that doesn't leave you open to attack, and then everyone else can flank it and take care of it. For auxiliaries, it's important that you understand that all of this is very last ditch effort for you guys. The goal isn't to get you in the front lines fighting, but this is information that I'd like you guys to know regardless, just to make sure that you're prepared in case that fleeing is not an option. Moving on to shakers. The best way to counter a shaker is to spread out and prioritize it as a high threat. Stay mobile to avoid getting pinned by its attacks, and focus on flanking it. For the brutes, it's pretty straightforward. They've got pretty heavy attacks, but they're often slow. So focused attacks, make it a moderate priority, unless your movement is restricted. Try to fight it in an open area if you can. The basics for the blaster is to basically keep an eye on it, report its location, suppress fire on it so it can't get a good aim, and pressure it to focus on a single target. Yeah. Shields are great against blasters. Mundane shields aren't going to do much against their magical attacks, but if you do have a magical shield, it's your high priority target is making sure the blasters don't hit your back line. Any questions so far about the classifications?
Sir, what are we going to be designating the teleporting kind? Will they be movers
That's
or
a good
shakers?
question.
You
I
know,
guess they'd be a
the way how
shaker,
we
right?
last encountered
They
them,
control battlefield?
I would encounter them more as more of a shaker class, but more as a utility shaker.
Seeing as what
Yeah,
they do,
you-
they deserve their own classification.
Maybe.
I'd
I'm gonna have to
personally
bring that up with Malik.
suggest something called a shifter would be a good designation.
That's not a
It's
bad
unique.
idea. At the very least, calling it a shifter makes sense.
It's a good name.
You just scream, oh
Hmm.
shit, the teleporting one, stab it, and then you stab it.
Right.
So we need something closer than that.
Push comes to shove. That's one way to do it.
The important thing about a shaker is we need to be ready for anything when they're being engaged with.
I guess.
Yeah, shakers can do a wide variety of effects, and they're pretty dangerous. In a regular battlefield situation, if you have a mix of enemies, the shaker is the highest priority target, because they can do the most damage, especially if we're grouped up really tight. Movers can be pretty easily controlled with barrier magics and walls. Rin.
But Luca, I hear people saying, what happens if you find a combination of something like a shaker and a brute? Where should my priorities be then?
The priority should be on the one that can do the highest amount of damage. So, like I said, a shaker is going to be almost always the highest priority. And it also depends on your battlefield setup. So if you're in an open field, a brute's going to be very low priority. But if you're in a closed hallway, the brute's going to be a lot more important to take care of quick. And likewise, conversely, in a small hallway, a mover's going to be no problem. And then, what was I saying? Sorry, I'm out of my head right now. Any other questions right now?
I think you were talking about the combinations of different rift beasts and encountering them.
That's right. I think as a general rule, correct me if I'm wrong in this, the order, barring terrain differences, is shaker, blaster, mover, and brute. From top to bottom priority.
Noisy.
We're looking for a terrace.
I believe I saw most of the professors go in there.
Oh, they're having a meeting. I need to collect my rifle from him just in case. Well, I don't know.
You should probably put on a shirt as well. It is rather cold up here.
It is pretty cold. I feel like I would feel a bit less cold as that my affinity is like acting up still. I'm gonna go down then. You let me know if
I'll wait for the professor here.
Well, hello and goodbye.
Oh, hi. Sorry, it's just cold up here. I need to go down.
Fair enough. Bet you're glad to be back in the cold, huh?
Nah. I could go for fish right now. We're low on meats.
Tell me about it. Well, we'll make land soon enough.
Whether there is game or not is left for question, but
Oh, if there's water, there's something.
with winter getting close, perhaps we'll just find ice. We would need a larger body of water for more fish.
Well, there's always a little something hanging around. Might not be the biggest fish or the best, but might be shellfish. Might be some mollusks, snails, or things that gorge themselves on all that and toddle off for the winter. I once sailed with a trapper who got us a significant amount of beaver meat one winter.
My winters were usually plentiful with game, though my diet is not as restricted as others.
Yeah. There's a boon in that.
And a curse.
Mm.
My kind are
Well,
carnivorous by nature, so
True enough, but, I mean, most things need meat. Even if they'd rather not have it, in some cases. In my case, cannot stand mushrooms.
I cannot stand anything grown.
Oh. Not even seasoning?
They are very hard to chew. Seasoning is alright.
Yeah.
Though that is more sauces and things that go well with meat.
Yeah, see, most things, you grind them up or you boil them down. You can put anything on anything. Like, I say I don't like mushrooms. And I know I break my papa's heart every time I do. But there are some really fine ones that get ground up and mixed into sauces that just makes a meal.
That is the closest I'll go to eating anything grown. Most of my meals require meat as carnivorous.
Yeah, that's fair enough. How about stews? You like a good stew?
No, not enough crunch.
Oh, I see. What about, like, marinated bones? They got the marrow in.
Breaking bones and drinking the marrow is nice. But you cannot grow bones.
Well, most things do.
You understand my point.
Yeah, but I mean, livestock's the same as crops when it comes to what a farmer tends.
My clan did not keep livestock.
It's raised to nourish. Yeah. Kind of hard in harsher environments.
And we went underground half the year, so not
Oof,
many things
yeah.
live there.
Murder on hooves. Except goats, I suppose. Though.
If we had any goats,
Find
the
a good breed of
warclaws
goat.
would eat them.
Yeah. Fair enough. Mhm. So would you like bonier fishes or like anything with that flaky meat? Fine enough.
Either works. It is more of a eat to survive. Eat because it is meat, and eat to be full.
Mm. Now, if you like crunch, you definitely like shellfish.
Crabs are also nice. You tear off their claws and eat them.
Yeah. Yeah. Now you're making me hungry.
There are sandwiches in the mess hall.
I appreciate that. Not what I meant. I'm trying to think of how far north we have to go to get real good crabs. Because, like,
Closer
the
to the
ones in
coast.
the northern waters, so much better.
We only just passed the mountains. It would be another week's travel, give or take.
Maybe you can find some crawdads or something. No.
Unlikely in
It'd be
these
an interesting
areas.
tale to see how they'd find here.
The east is the ice plains. There is not much water.
Oh shit, we're that far already? Damn.
Almost the entirety of the east is just ice plains and mountain.
I'm more used to, sailing actual water, so... Never quite been this far inland for this long.
That is fair. In case you did not know, they are doing a Rift Beast lesson downstairs.
Good morning.
Morning. A Rift Beast lesson.
Morning.
On the
Oh,
different
good morning.
classifications. It is more so to prepare people so that they are not caught off guard when one of them shoots acid from its mouth.
Huh.
Must be nice.
Yeah, that does seem like something you'd want to be out of the way of. Is there like a packet or...
No, they are just
carvings,
talking
or-
about it.
Okay. I might peek my head in then. Thank you.
No worries.
You have a good rest of your day.
You as well.
This
Nope.
way, right?
If I talk to you about the alchemy meeting, we're doing that now.
The door in the middle.
Where that Ferrari came out of?
Yes. That is the captain's quarters. We're not allowed in there.
Noted. Pardon me.
Regarding this goal,
Captain, Ivy. How are we doing today?
Can't complain.
Did you enjoy the lesson?
I wanted to make sure we have our terms on equal ends. It was alright, yes, he did a very good job, spoke very eloquently. Now they're doing the power infusion, and I already know that, so...
I still think a teleporting Rift Beast would be a shaker. They are top priority anyways.
That would be a good point. Huh. I'm surprised you two aren't freezing.
Fair.
Fair point. Fair enough. That is a good point. You can always bundle it more.
If either of you are feeling cold, I can give you fire sauce.
Fire sauce?
It will not warm you up, but it will make you feel warm.
Something I'll keep in mind, I guess, for the future then.
It goes really well with meats, but we are running low on those, it seems.
Are we? I'll remember that for the next time I make breakfast.
There should be a bottle in the mess hall. Unless it has been emptied already.
Any plans for today?
If possible, I'd like to spar each of the members of Aqua.
Oh. Is that so?
To get a general grasp on combat.
Okay. Something to look forward to for later, I suppose.
I have already sparred Winters before, so I do not need to spar her again. So that leaves everyone else.
Good point.
Hey, good stuff in there. So, what's up?
Just waiting for the professor to finish speaking, so I was saying grab the attention of terrorists.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, Rin's in the alchemy lab, I guess, waiting to speak to us. Lucas' demonstration is over.
I believe they're talking to the alchemists first.
I've informed most of the auxiliary force that about the paper, and I have Graham working on making copies for anybody that wants one to practice. You can go through how to do it. They need to know. Luke is doing that on the other side as well, more of a direct way. At least we have the sun out right now. Oh.
When the sun is out, it is most dangerous. Watch your eyes amongst the snow. You could go blind.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. How much time have you spent in the South, Ivy?
In the south, very little.
Okay, I heard of a solution that they would wipe black or just body paint on the eyes under the lids, and it would help with the reflection of the sun. I think I heard. I don't know if that is still applicable or wrong.
How would paint lessen the light hitting your eyes?
It applies to snow. I just know it was something I heard of, like just specifically the brightness of the sun would be dimmed, the effect of it. To be fair, I was not looking directly at the sun most of the time. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's wrong. I didn't come up with this fact. Captain Rowan?
Hello. I'm trying to do a once around today and actually get to meet the new faces a little more. I didn't get to talk to you very much, but I believe barely even exchanged words. I'm Captain Rowan Elliott.
Pleasure to meet you, Captain. My name is Asteri. Asteri Icaris.
Pleasure to meet you, Asteri. Where are you from, if you don't mind me asking?
Port Tripolis. Vivia.
Sound of 16? Ah, there we go. Well, how are you finding the few days you've been here? Hectic, I'm sure.
Oh, very hectic. It's feeling quite strange to actually have a bit of downtime and relaxation.
Careful not to jinx it.
Yes, you're right. Any wood nearby?
Afraid not. So. Want to go knock on the tree, though. Oh my.
Yeah.
Outside over here. Oh, there you go.
Oh, yes.
Perfect.
You were saying?
No, just wanting to check in and whatnot. How are you finding? Well, obviously we said hectic, but any problems come up yet?
No, not at all, thankfully. Everyone seems to be very kind.
That's good.
I've heard a lot of good things about Aqua, so I'm very excited to further be on their team. Meet everyone. Biggest problem I've had so far are people forgetting my name.
You might have a little bit of that. It might take some time. Astari, was it?
Asteri.
Yes. Asteri, okay. Well then, what you... Obviously you are at least well armed. Are you a
Yes.
practitioner of magic, or are you advanced in it?
Yes, I have up to second circle spells. I mostly practice in defense more than offense. Hence the shield. I have 2 wall spells. And usually use it for defending teammates or people.
No, I understand. It's great to hear then. I have a similar such thing, but mine's a little unwieldy at times, a bit jagged.
Ah, I understand. I have a firewall that I only use in desperate times, but it keeps rough beasts at bay. And I have a divine shield that emits from my shield.
Divine user.
Yes, I am capable of divine. I am
That's
sort of
great.
a jack of all trades, trying to put a hand in every school of magic except for the occult.
Right. No, amazing. Actually, that's. You have a divine wall. Do you know any medical treatment or healing and the like?
Yes, I know a first circle first aid spell. Not the best, but it's something I want to improve on.
No, that's amazing. That's always welcome to have. Have you been told about our divisions that we have on the go?
I have not.
Over here. We have a few different divisions, 4 of them. Why I bring you up to begin with, but I should go through them all anyways. Medical division is one of them. We are always open and looking for more whether it be new healers or people looking to get trained or anything of the like. Get one of these armbands and everything. Do you have armbands on?
Something I'll keep in mind. I don't think I'm quite of myself a healer as a protector.
That's still fair, but if it interests you, or should you happen to...
There we are.
But if it works...
The maintenance for your...
Good work out there, coach.
Coach?
You're leading training.
Oh, I guess so. Right, thanks.
Weird.
And it flares up whenever going near the rifts. That's why all of a sudden reacts.
Oh shit. See, that was my. I kind of cheated.
Still no meat.
I wasn't going to say that.
What I mean is,
it's almost like through his finger.
No.
Thankfully not.
And then, you know.
I think General Command, no, Lieutenant of Caldwell Keep.
Incantation is his screaming noise. I don't know exactly what he says every time. It's something about a wave.
Know my rage and turn to ash. Know my passion is set it all ablaze. And then he screams. Actually, what he says is wave. And then
He does say it really loud. Yeah, he does scream. Do you think it's the scream or it's the incantation?
Just wish to check. It's kind of a handy trick, and
learning it was interesting.
I can imagine so. I haven't even thought about any. Is that? So that is wind magic.
Ventus, yeah. Mostly just use it to try and lift myself and stabilize it. It requires an interesting state of mind. One that I'm not exactly good at. The flying is easy enough, but the landing is a little rough from time to time.
I still need to get used to being up this high. This is very new.
Yeah. Yeah. Have you, well, I suppose something of note, seeing as you're not downstairs, it's crowded, so I don't blame you.
Yeah.
There is some relevant information being passed around right now, if you haven't gotten it yet. We have an infusion spell that is standard among our,
Yes, I was taught at Sentinel Academy.
there we go. Oh, you were at Sentinel Academy.
Yes, I was. I was a prior student there.
And sometimes when
Now,
I talk to her, she gets really still. Like,
without lack of a better term, an escapee.
like she becomes like a statue. Like not an actual statue. Like
And I'm
mean,
sorry to hear
it's
that,
just, like,
Patches.
looking off like in me, you know?
Are you...
You see that they
I've heard of
have the symbol written in their blood on their spear.
If you're an Aether technician, in 5 minutes we're going to be having a meeting in Alchemy regarding a project I would like to involve y'all in, so...
Don't suppose that's you?
No, I know nothing about
Terrace find his way over there.
Magic.
In the balcony.
I don't want to fall.
Alright.
Very well.
But, I don't know what I was saying now. Something about headspace, I'm sure.
5 minutes.
Well, if you've got multiple type of magic, I'm sure you know the difference, how difficult it can be trying to get the right mood set to even try and cast certain spells.
Yes, it's especially with me. To let you in on something, I suppose I'm not. My father always told me to tell no lies.
So Callum is telling me about elves.
It is my world wells are.
Where are you on the grade?
I was born with a sort of ailment, which allowed me to not be able to cast from my world wells. However, upon arriving in Sentinel, they proposed an experiment with me and forced me to make a deal with a spirit.
good luck at your thingy.
And
I'll make sure he
through
follows
that,
you
I'm
later
able to
so that,
cast.
you know, you can talk to him about things.
So you're a seer then?
What are we doing?
No, not a seer.
Hey,
It's
sweetie.
quite confusing.
What's up?
So we're trying to.
I'm afraid I'm not too keen on aware of the difference.
Put Calm in front of Winter.
I don't have any of the seer abilities.
Bye, Gallo.
I just have the
Sorry,
ability to cast
I thought
magic.
it looked like
I'm
you didn't look
more or
at me. I thought it was
less
a different
a
conversation.
living
Okay,
fetish.
now go on. We're putting Cal in front of Winnet.
Wait, at the bar.
I've
So
heard
you
stories
need to
about
make sure that they-
things. Not your case in
Sitting next
particular,
to
but
each other.
Yes.
Because
the
Cal is
fetishes
very,
and
Cal's
totems
very
and the like.
aloof. Like all the way on the aloof scale.
Doesn't
and
that
so we
usually
need to
entail-
penetrate his barrier?
Not scared.
Can you
Gotcha,
use
don't worry.
any other
Binding?
words than
I guess contract probably falls under that category.
No, I think
Yes.
I think it's hilarious. Salem, what's wrong?
Right. Well,
Do we need to fix you?
No,
Interesting.
I'm pretty good.
I don't like how you say we need
How
to
does
fix
that-
you and then you put your fingers out
I
like this.
suppose you might not have a way to answer this.
I would like this.
But how does that impact your casting
A little one?
compared
No,
to
there's nowhere to go.
We need to
We're all stuck
someone
on
else?
the
We'll
ship
say?
until
on the aloof side of the
Well,
gradient.
for
Do
example,
you have an affinity?
And I
Or
feel
can you
like
have an affinity?
No,
alcohol.
I do not have an affinity.
Yeah, no, that does
I assume
courage. That's what
I
they call
can
it.
possibly obtain one, but I'm not sure. I haven't trained enough for
You'll be
it.
on the gradient.
Might be.
As for my casting,
Ventus meeting, I heard.
basically, the more mana I
I didn't know that
use,
there was a Ventus meeting. But I
the
was about to
further
say
the
alchemy
influence of the
meeting, but
spirit
then I
has over me.
realized There was that whole.
That affects my
Great,
casting
you
in some
remember.
sort of sense.
So.
Well, it's for Aether Tech people, I think.
It's Aether Tech
in alchemy, right?
Jack, haven't you? Yep, I'm trying to
Could
find
you
Jack.
elaborate
Luke,
on
have
that
you
a
seen
little?
Jacqueline?
It's because you gotta drink water.
It's hard to explain.
Alright, ignore me.
Um,
Always do.
And then it won't.
The
and then it won't
spirit
be
I
there
made
the
a
next
deal
morning.
with
All right, so
is
yeah, no, we'll get you
not
down there. We'll get you a decent amount of
the
drunk.
gentlest,
Make sure that he drinks
quite
water before going.
animalistic, to be exact.
Jeez,
about.
that
Well,
also.
I don't sleep with him, but just drink a glass of water before you.
So,
Oh, well,
therefore,
well,
the
go
more
and
magic
go
I
in the room
use,
and
the
make
more
sure he
mana I
drinks
use
water.
up,
We're not that.
I'll
the
do
more
it
I get
too.
depleted,
Okay.
I
higher
know
the
you sleep.
influence has over me.
Oh, I
Well, I know
never,
where both
I
the rooms
never
are.
I become
thanked you for helping
far
me get back to
more
my room.
ruthless.
Hey, don't mention it.
Right.
Love
And
helping.
forgive my prying then, is that
Yeah,
ever
gotta
proved
look after people when they're drunk.
problematic for you?
Oh.
Well,
She was very inebriated, and so we.
in the only way is I'm still sentient and quite knowledgeable of my
Like, I
allies.
used to do cheese, like cheese and
It's
wine
more of out
because
of
I had
a
great
survival
cheese over the good
aspect.
Or a hamster or
The
something
only
like that?
problem I've caused was
Yeah, it's
it
soup, my rat.
changed my position in
Don't
battle.
work. Yeah, my rat soup. Yeah,
I
I
see.
found
Caused
it
me to
in
be
there,
more
no,
reckless.
He was under a soup bowl and
Yeah,
he was
no,
full
don't
of
write
soup,
this
so
down,
I
don't
named
write
him
this
Soup.
down.
Didn't you find him
Some things you don't write
Not
down.
as bad as what I thought you were
I mean,
implying
why,
there.
why do you not write down about
No.
Soup? He's a great boy.
Thankfully, I will not
Okay,
be
fine.
attacking
It's okay.
any
He's
of my
not-
teammates.
Okay.
Yeah, he's not a dirty
That's good
rat because I bathe him like every day because you know I run a business. That being said,
Write down Roman
So,
cheese.
Yeah, we
arcane
backed all
pathways
the stuff
themselves
around.
for me
Luckily, we
is
have
a
the
bit of my
Mr. Vesper helping us.
for the
specialty,
time
I
being,
suppose, if I
until
would
I
have
say
them.
otherwise, don't have anything that's in the
I've been
cauldron
studying them
because it's
and
normally
trying to
soup,
see
and soup will always find
well,
its way in there.
the
and eat
effects
it.
of
So
various
there-
earthborn
there just might be
illnesses and
any left bits of
just
good.
anomalies that
As soon
appear
as
in
we
them
get
in
by,
general.
we are going to be making actual soup in the soup cauldron and not
If it's alright, probably not today.
Yeah.
Really.
But could I have a look
Yeah,
at your
no,
We'll
pathways?
figure it. Well,
You're
make
You're
sure
more
when
than
we're
free
talking
to,
about soup the
if
rat,
that's
use a
what
capital
helps
S,
you
and when
and
we're
something
talking
you're
about soup
interested
the
in.
food, use a lowercase s.
I hate to treat this like some sort of experiment,
You'll do
but
great.
it is
I'll get Lucia to help you. 'cause
I'm most
she can help
curious
you with
about
the
it.
elf thing, if that's
It's
like a
more than
thing.
alright.
No, then of course, if you're okay with it, then again, it probably won't be
No, I mean,
today,
like, help
but
you,
maybe
like,
once we
step
That's
land.
your
fine.
elf up.
That would probably be the best
you elf
idea.
practice?
There's elf.
Right then, Asteri,
Yeah,
right?
why weren't you there?
Yes, Asteri.
No.
I'll try to remember that. I'm a bit bad
I
with
appreciate
names,
it.
but
I'll keep reminding if I have
you got
to.
the
I've
point,
had to
yes,
remind
you got it.
several people so
I
far.
walked in one time. It took him a bit to realize
understandable,
I wasn't
but
supposed to be
I'll
there.
do my best. It was
Hey,
good to
don't use
meet
the
you.
telescope up there right
It was
now.
good to
It's
meet
pointed
you as
directly
well.
at the sun. Don't ask how I know that.
Captain?
No need to salute, but sorry, I heard that and.
Alright. Which, Motish, real quick, like, do you see this hand?
Either
Look
way,
at me, do you
if
see
you'll
this
excuse
hand?
me.
Do you see this
Yes,
hand?
of course.
What hand?
She can. She's
Alright,
in the elf club,
you-
so she can get
you're
in.
blind in your right eye.
I can try
It'll
and.
come back.
You know, there might have been a reason I wasn't put into the golf club much.
Because your ears are small.
You're an elf?
Hi.
Extensions for that.
Hello. Did you know Angela isn't an elf?
Do you want to check the training area and see if it's free now?
Oh, he's a demon, right?
Isn't that
Yeah.
crazy?
Yeah.
I thought you were a tall Viking.
Aren't we waiting for...
Oh yes, true. Correct.
Plus, I doubt it
Are
is.
they ever gonna come out?
Once people make a big group, it kinda stays.
One of those is a slur, which is a dog elf or drow. Alright. Ed. I'll do it again.
slur.
Yeah, we're learning slurs.
Did you know they're not a tall Viking?
They're an elf.
If you don't mind me real quick, I have to go stretch.
Okay.
I'll keep watch.
Alright.
Yeah.
My books
This is a door. There is a door there, and behind that door is Professor Arcturus. Waiting for Arcturus. Waiting. That was Jacqueline. Waiting.
That's it.
Welcome back.
Caleb. Did you? Is that right?
Umbra was calling him Caleb, and then
Yeah.
and then one day we realized that it's actually Callum.
Didn't you tell me your name was Caleb when we met?
Mr. Gillib,
All those years ago?
I was told
Got me
to
like
approach you about getting
a year and a
another
half ago.
planter made, maybe some hanging planters alike for
I know that you're
more
a muscle
crops.
division, I think, so...
You have to really focus.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a muscle. I can. Yeah, it makes like some hanging poets. I could do that. You got clay?
We don't have
If I had to estimate how long they've been in that room,
Just that
Hanging back...
Except for the one
I'd
about
say it's
the
been
one
around
about
50 minutes.
But I think it's
50 or 15?
The first one.
We can use shelving.
Oh my.
Part of me thinks they might not actually be in that room anymore.
I'm gonna try to find
But
my...
I don't know where else we'd look.
Maybe we'll block the door. If it'll be possible to also get like a long row.
I'm unsure. We can go around asking if you'd like.
Okay, I'll tell Selena about the elf club thing.
But then what if they walk out the door?
I can make my own clay.
Well, one of us can stay and keep watch while the other one goes around asking.
But what if they'll tell us they're in the door?
With other than divine, they just went away to stop...
Then they're inside.
There is no winning this. We are stuck here for all of eternity.
In my pants, like my pockets.
On the ship?
Understood.
Or we can just get up and
when I cast sand
walk
arms
around
like
a
that,
bit
it's
and
usually
then just come back. And if we miss them, we
like my
find them.
sand arms, like if I'm on the ship, then like I have to think really hard, and then like I bring it from the training area.
Oh, I see.
Door.
Good to know.
Yeah.
Right.
Like,
True.
like I have to think, and then I gotta bring
But-
grains of sand over.
It wouldn't be the end of the world if we stopped watching the door.
It was yours.
Even Ural
orders
himself left.
to watch the door.
Fair.
I was wrong, Sable.
Sorry? The professors are currently speaking in there,
Is it sand? I can get it
and
out.
Ural needs to talk with
I can
Professor
get it out, but I will
Arcturus.
have to put my finger in your mouth, and I don't want to do that.
And
It's uncomfortable. All right, cool.
they've been in there for quite some time.
The reason,
Alright, great.
the reason why we're asking
An
is
important
we need
topic.
space for
Almost an hour.
Blueberries,
sure, no, I
and
could
potatoes,
add
things
potatoes.
like that.
Must be important.
And
Blueberries, alright.
honestly, also, if we need anything more planted for alchemy as well, it'd probably just be good to have the extra space.
Gotcha. Yep, I can get some pots going. Get those hung up, probably.
Is that why you weren't at the thing Luca wanted to show us all?
No, I didn't go because it was boring. No one was fighting.
We need the space overall. We'll distribute it afterwards. We'll see how much...
When they mentioned doing combat, I was
We'll see how much
assuming
we
sparring
can
would be a part of it,
fit in there
granted,
without it
but
being too overly crowded, and
Once it turned into talking, I got
we also
bored.
need to get a reliable heat source for night.
We get, like, a
I
bunch
did
of
as well,
hanging
admittedly,
shelves
but
just
it
on
was
each
still
side,
worth
so-
acknowledging.
I now know what shaker means, and I find that very useful.
I still think a teleporter would be a shaker. It keeps them at high priority.
That could work as long as the plants are still able to get.
That is a good point.
Fair enough. Given the severity, I might want to point that one out separately.
Can I make glass?
Has the chance to bring other rift beasts into the fight.
If someone yells shaker at something that will bring other things into the fight, I am sure everyone will try to kill it regardless.
What are we talking about?
Luke is much of
There's already priority for shakers.
You miss alchemy beating.
Oh, we on about the teleporter one?
Everyone in alchemy.
Alright, I'm not sure if it's a shaker or a mover.
There's no need to give it a higher priority. It is a shaker because it disrupts formations by putting things in front.
A schmoother. A shaker mover. Schmoother. Oh.
I suppose
That's not bad.
The schmoother. You know what I mean?
I need to withstand the cold.
Would that make a blaster mover a bloover?
Yeah, Luva.
No, then it gets confusing because if it's a brute mover, it's a broover.
Maybe you gotta like it's a bit of a negative. Yeah, that's a good point.
Then again, I've never seen a brute mover. Usually they are.
Yeah, neither. They usually kind of.
When you can't call them a moot.
I don't know if that would work real well.
Isn't that already a word?
Yes.
Oh no, we can. Well, brute and other things are also already a word.
Technically, they're all words.
Yes, you're right. So
I mean, at
moot
the end of
could
the day, the classifications are nice, but if you kind of just describe what you're looking at, I'm sure most people get the idea. I mean, it's great.
I'm sure if you just scream,
yell, teleporting fucker, everyone kind of gets the idea. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you yell Rift Beast, everyone will hit it.
On the difference between Leviathan and Titan.
Yeah.
Sort of was lost on me.
Yes.
For if there was an auxiliary saw Rift Beast at all, should they not still turn tail? Regardless of
I think that's
If-
what Luca stated. It's a last ditch.
If an Ox Force is fighting anything larger than a large dog, I feel like they should be running already.
We lost, basically.
But I think it's also good for them to know, because the last thing we want to do is like have an Orcs Force come running towards us and say, oh my god, a Leviathan has showed up, there's a Leviathan outside, and then we'll go running out like, oh no, and it's just not.
See, that's
You know what I mean?
easier part.
I didn't think of it that way. Fair point.
I mean, still, you know, we should still be ready in case of that kind of stuff, but we don't want to stress people out more than we already are.
Hey,
with
dude, you like looking at nothing?
fighting this.
If there was a Leviathan, I feel like we would know before the Ox Force
Yeah, we
reached
probably
us.
Comforting.
Especially on land.
Again, if you learned echolocation, you could just scream and then you could see the mountains. I'm just saying, it would be an amazing skill to learn.
Leviathans are
type, right? Where they go out there and beat people up type.
ginormous. I don't think I've ever seen one myself.
I only know of one land Leviathan, the rest are all sea creatures.
Like, we ain't gonna be the sneaking type. We like, go like,
Are there any rift beasts bigger than
guys over there. We're not gonna be doing.
Oh.
We
Doesn't
yell
look.
it.
Hold on, wait, give it a second.
I don't say anything.
Sound travels at a certain speed. You gotta wait for it to come back to you.
There's nothing that it doesn't travel back to me. It doesn't. It's no buoyancy.
You know, it's
it
gonna
just goes
give it a
out.
fucking minute. You're right. You know what? You know, you're a beginner at echolocation. We gotta do something simpler. Like, we're going to the library, and then scream in there. I'll hold up a book. Don't cry. You don't have to cry.
Is that not the one place you're
Okay.
not
Well,
supposed
you'll
to
learn.
Not everyone's good at yelling right
What
away,
is a
you know,
library?
I gotta get
Nothing.
through it, it's okay.
You want to
Oh,
come see?
shit,
The room
if
and-
Solus was blind, we'd have already mastered echolocation.
I know we have orders for the door, but it'll take 2 seconds.
Helma, watch the door.
Equipped to.
I need to go in there
Projection.
anyways.
I'm not really a projector. It's not my.
Solus, watch the door. That one. Watch that door. Please.
Library door again?
Why?
Oh, that one.
If Acteris comes out, let him know that Yorl is looking for him.
This is bunk.
Fine, there's a bunch of people in the alchemy lab for whatever reason.
Yes, there's a meeting.
I don't know.
Why are all these doors so small? Now, why is this door so small?
I've been nervous that I would walk in on something.
This is the
I
library.
did that with Lorium last time.
Ah, this is your map
Walking
room.
with all the Unrin having a conversation. Horribly interesting. Do any of you read?
This is
Poor
cover.
Tripolis isn't on here.
Quite a lot.
And we have traveled
I live
north.
here.
I used to when I had the time.
It was all.
They've done this completely wrong. There is a giant forest here. That is where I am from.
They should update them.
Do you
Where
think
I'm
we'll
from
be
looks
visiting
a lot
there?
smaller than the rest of the map. About up here.
Is it true that you have giant ships?
Yes, merchant trades come out of Kulani quite often. That's what my family did.
I believe I've raided
We
some
would
of
mostly
those.
trade. You'll have to tell me more about that. That's interesting. But we would mostly trade with the places over here and.
It's private. What?
I was just trying to look over through the map.
From behind me, that is a poor choice.
Well, Asteri was standing right there, and you're rather wide.
Thank you. It is a compliment where I'm from.
What's this? Is this the Leviathan?
Certainly.
I think
seen
that
that.
is artistic
Painted
rendition.
on maps before. You know, whenever they usually paint Drozen maps, they have one. It's just about over. Big skeleton. or
I
something
know
that
of
looks
these.
like that.
I've spear hunted them before. Though they usually have horns.
They placed Greenhaven too low.
Where is it usually?
My home doesn't exist.
I see. Perhaps very outdated. Greenhaven is supposed to be up here, not down here.
And Sentinel Academy is also missing.
That's true.
Yeah.
Some places of map look they're not. They need to come back in.
Quite the big sword, right there.
Maybe it's to
What
mark
is
the
this
gravesite?
little castle?
Oh, most definitely. That is a good question.
I have never seen it before.
Me
Though
neither.
most of the maps I've seen are only of Droza.
Admittedly, I've only seen maps of Vivira. Very rarely did it include A6 of the rest.
Really have ones that show up. Everything's
I've seen a
also-
world map before, but mostly yes, Favir has been what I look at. We used to have a large world map in the church I was in, just as a reminder of where we all are.
Helpful.
I'm sure when
But
I was younger,
it was-
there were world maps, but
Yeah.
as I grew older, I had less and less access to maps.
Well, good to get yourself reacquainted.
Certainly.
I've just gotten. Oh no, there he is. I thought you got bored and walked out.
No, I got bored and looked around.
These are several books. Surprisingly, very little
I'm
mention of
unsure.
Nyx. Spent all of yesterday looking
This
through
reminds me of some of the
bunch of
rooms
them.
we would raid on ships.
Not have any prettier memories of rooms like this.
What are you talking about? These are great memories. I had a blast.
State. You had fun. That's what matters. Like.
The people I stole from were not exactly good people anyways.
Oh, I
That's
see.
relieving.
And if they were,
Finding yourself something to read.
then I was told they are not.
Something to read.
Finding medical books I wish to study while the study is empty.
Not real gold.
putting your mouth on yellow things. Don't. Sanitary.
I'm always a fan of silver myself.
I prefer iron or steel. It makes better weapons.
Iron is
Fair.
good. Strong.
I can't quite discount gold though.
You're wearing it.
Less so gold, more so iron. Iron is
There are
able
no
to show
pictures in
where
this book. I'm uninterested.
Iron
Usually
shows
when
where
members of my
rust in the
family
sword.
get older, they mark their milestone. Bangle things they wear on their horn. Haven't had that chance in a while. I think by
You're
now
a
I'd
little
have some
quiet,
smaller.
by the way.
Oh, sorry.
Are they?
I don't know.
No, you
I
keep
don't know.
cutting out.
Oh.
Strange,
When
that has only been
members
you.
of my family.
Oh.
When members of my family grow older, they gold to mark milestones.
Hope we're not
by.
intruding.
No, not at all.
The one in the
By
corner
now
is
I
also
should have a
not
couple more
gold.
pieces, but
I don't
haven't
Good
gotten
to
that
know.
opportunity.
Is there
You
any
do
spare
not have
paper?
to bite it. I do not know. I'm not a paper person.
Oh, me either. I'm not really a paper guy. This guy is though.
Check some of the drawers. Perhaps you will find something.
Thank you, Mr. Not Paper Man. Go on, Narayan.
I am an expert in these things, for I have raided many rooms.
That guy's cool.
Paper next to the quill.
I've raided a lot of rooms as well, but they were my own, so.
Sorry, can you let Barrett know to leave the room undisturbed for a little bit? We can use our room.
So finding the balance. Got it.
Sometimes.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
There is Jin.
I think following day or so, we'll try to organize a meeting for
Oh,
this.
I'm gonna get some water.
It'd be good that we discuss our team tactics and
Nectaris has not left the room yet.
such. Given everything that's already happened and what we're going to be facing.
Have they come out yet?
No.
Oh my.
Oh, I mean, I was going to wait for more, but it could happen.
I think he's still in the meeting.
Perhaps it would be a wise idea to knock if it is important. It has been over an hour now.
It's already full. I was gonna say you're just missing Murtash and you're just missing Ren at this point.
Alright, yeah, you want me to like.
I'll go look around.
Were you told while we're trying to hold a Hawks meeting
just
in
stay here.
General
I'll be
Bumps real
back.
quick just so we
I'm
can all
gonna
get
go
acquainted with
hunting.
each other again?
No, but I can walk right over.
Okay. I let Patches know, by the way, since they were there in that area.
Okay.
Also, the thing's gone, so.
How do you two sleep in that room with him?
No, that came up.
I think I know what that's about. Hey Barrett, by the way.
I know they sleep together a
Sleep
lot.
somewhere to
I
the
just
side
imagine
bed,
it's.
so. Lower one.
I mean, like with him than with her.
Give the room. What kind of answer are you looking for?
I was wondering.
You want to switch? Actually,
Nah, I really want.
Murtash is in that other room.
Nah, like.
I mean, the bar is
We end up
It's not.
Just sleeping here. Morning. Have you still opened that bottle of wine? Or you just saving it for a special occasion?
Got it.
I mean, I did tell you could share it with your team.
I'm also halfway through doing this like 6 months of study.
I gotta say, that sauce is still delicious. Spicy, but delicious.
Apologies for interrupting. He said he made a copy of them, so I can start it them without needing the.
the host, I guess.
I see. I imagine that he hasn't understood their meanings.
Torch jail.
They're going to torch the
The
jail.
possibility it's written in a different language than I'll go check. I guess what he's used to.
I will follow.
So, what do you think? Should this be, just first?
Oh. Hello.
Don't.
Well, why not?
It's not your conversation.
Fair enough. Sorry. Whose conversation is it?
Who knows?
Can I not? Oh.
You're in the presence of Shoth? No answer.
Can you speak? What does that mean?
No.
The language.
Yes. Are you here for someone?
No.
No answer.
A while ago, the other day, you said, "Come see." What was it you wanted us to see?
Weapon away. You could not hit it if you tried.
You shouldn't get involved with that one, Starry. It's the representative of her in our Shoth.
I believe this time we're in the presence of Shoth himself.
I'm gonna try casting Divine. In particular, want to fuck with it one way or another. Aren't you busy elsewhere? Trying to follow us to Luna. Your little balls of whatever you are couldn't follow. What does blue mean? Angel.
Blue means yes.
Oh, well, at least it's honest.
This
about
is a
its
darker
intentions.
blue than another.
Blue is blue.
Okay.
But you are following it. Following us, rather.
Sorry, it's best
I want
to stay away from it. Alright. I'm just curious. The other day it said to me to come see something, and I'm trying to figure out what that was. Spoke to you?
Nothing.
Was this in
Spoke
Kava?
again. Yes, it was in Kava.
This ends?
No, it was on the ship.
I see. What time?
It just spoke again.
What time?
Around sunset?
I have reason to believe it wasn't dirty towards you, unless you were alone.
It was just Jack and I on top of the ship. There was no one else really around.
And it has left.
Oh, there it goes.
Well, there goes that question.
Riley.
Cloth.
Damn. Shelf visited. Riley, do you know anyone else who worships Harda on the ship?
ask some questions. Why so aggro?
Okay.
I'd ask if you want to spar, but we both saw it's busy.
We can go check again to see if it's free.
It looked like they just started. Unless you wish to watch them fight.
I just spoke to the gold one, so...
I wouldn't mind.
They got one?
No, I think it might be open.
It's in the physical embodiment of it?
The gold one.
Right.
Gold.
Oh, gold.
Okay.
I'm
Excuse me.
going to prep for the meeting in the tavern.
Okay, see you,
Alright.
fun, Ali Kaban. James?
Just the front. Just the front. Hi, James. Alright. Glad we got that settled.
Don't jump.
I think I just bonked my head.
Hello, Avi.
Hello.
Hey.
Ivy and I are about to spar if you want to spar if you want
Spar?
to watch.
Man, everyone's getting tongue twisted today.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with it.
Alright. Always a pleasure to have you.
Just came to check up on you.
What type of sparring are we doing? No weapons?
You may use your weapons if you'd like. I do not wish to break your arm.
I don't want to hurt you.
Simply pull your swings then.
Alright, I'll go slower.
My skin is quite thick.
You say so. Well, you know what? I'll just use my hand and my shield. How's that?
Oh, hey, you.
Or use a training sword. It is up to you.
On the board?
No, it's just look fun.
Perhaps I should fight more with what I'm used to.
What you been up to, by the way?
A little small for my taste, but it will work. I am ready when you are.
Alright.
The only reason I entertained a conversation.
I will stay more on the defensive. This is more so I can see what you are made of.
Alright. You ready?
I am always ready.
Yeah.
Sorry, not used to this sword. I'm used to my own.
Yes, it is fine. If you wish to use your own, I do have a weapon, so...
Alright, I'll do that.
Actually, it has been a while. I need to see if I've gotten rusty.
Someone say looking for
Ready?
Small for my taste, but yes, I am ready. Good. Good swings.
You're very strong, you know that?
Yes, I am aware. use your sword more in defense. That way it will give you more opportunities to use your shield in offense. It is less
Alright.
predictable.
Okay, so sword more on defense. Less
For
predictable
example,
defense.
if I swing like this, it is easier for you to use your sword to glance the blow rather than lifting your opposite arm.
Then, yes, that makes sense. I'm so
Additionally,
used to using this as a defense.
you should not use your sword as defense against an axe, because if you do...
That makes sense.
Combat is about improvisation as much as it is technique.
You can never predict your next opponent's move, so...
I know this seems rather pointless against rift beasts, but adaptability is always worth it against an unpredictable foe.
Exactly. Especially since the rift beasts seem to be adapting to us. Shall we continue?
As you would like.
I would have gotten there.
It is important to know where your blind sides are. I am sure you are aware.
Yes, I am. I need to be better with my FOV.
That is why I recommend using your sword. Your shield hand is on your visible side.
Yes.
I will attack now. Good. Again. Good. You hit me right in my knuckle.
You alright?
If it was a normal person, they would have lost their guard. I will be fine. It is just a broken finger.
Okay.
Good. Your offense is lacking, but your defense is strong. That is the most important part of any fighting style. You cannot win if you do not survive.
That is a good point. I've always been more the defensive type than offense.
That is the opposite of me.
Well, opposites attract, as they say.
So it seems. That is all I wished to see, unless you wish to spot more.
I think I'm alright.
What about your finger? Will you be alright? Do you need me to do some first aid?
It will be fine.
If you say so. I hope I did well.
Better than most.
I appreciate it. We can spar some more ourselves, Avi, if you'd like.
You sure about that? You kinda just sparred.
Have nothing else to do?
Most.
I think it's similar to most herbs. Like, I know they do some incense just to relax people. I don't know if they burn tobacco for that. Maybe right, man.
Are you good? Are you okay?
Why?
You're broken. Everything good?
I got punched by a shield. That's about it.
Oh,
I do
okay.
not think
Are
if
you okay?
I don't know if it's really broken. I can move it. So
Okay. You're probably fine then.
is Winter's okay?
Yeah, no one's got it.
That wasn't really an answer, but okay.
I don't know. I'm not over there.
You were up here. I just assumed someone would know because when this happens, a lot of people yell really loudly and it gets annoying.
Never mind. I see what's happening.
I'm not a big yeller.
Those are shrouds. I'm gonna not go over there.
Yeah, I thought they
You
were.
are not most people.
What are they doing? I forgot. They're testing the weapon.
Okay. What is the weapon?
For this reason, I'm walking.
I don't know.
Octavian's
Winter's
awake.
doing something. Octavian's awake.
Yeah.
Oh.
Indeed. I have some animal food.
Likewise. What do I owe the pleasure?
What?
I'm so cold.
Where did that come from?
I need animal food in the coat, yeah.
You should talk to... We should go find the Stitches together and convince them to make us like a coat or something.
You'll find them in the vents.
Or just eat more animal fat.
Good guess.
Fuck, if I just yell into the vent, will they come out, or do I have to go in there?
Not loud enough.
Okay. Like a mystery chamber, I'm gonna be very honest with you.
I see the mechanisms, but you might have to walk me through your actual disarming process.
Okay, you need to
testing aetherite.
to remove the rock. You need to unscrew all of the clasps that keep it in place.
Got it.
And then
We'll do
you're gonna
respect
slide
this.
that out from the back.
Magical
You're
healer
gonna lift it
immediately on
inside.
hand. I'm going to step back.
Fair deal.
Slides from the back.
Okay, and then put that down carefully because I don't know if that's charged. Something's charged and it has 2 shots in it.
Well, can't you just fire it off?
No.
That was the problem. It didn't fire
Well,
off.
she tried,
didn't
right?
fire
That's
off.
the whole point.
If you don't know what is charged.
Okay. All right then.
They're
I don't want to
testing
set this
aetherite
down.
weapons.
Solus, will you hold this?
Sure.
Okay. The glass rod is taken out.
Close.
What's the
If you
next
wanna
part that
get
could be
closer, I
charged?
can put myself between you and these.
Okay. There is a small one attached to the trigger that connects a circuit.
I see it.
Just, I don't know, maybe pop that one out.
There's something charged with 2 shots, and I don't know what it is. So, don't like this out.
Okay.
Hold on to that part.
Maybe give it this. That works.
You were just like...
And then last part.
You just really like honed it in, and then it just kind of came to him.
First person. His pride.
Yeah. Definitely not his arrogance.
At the alchemy meeting, I said it was Oh, nice. Thought I would get you with that one. Almost.
So it's coin toss, honestly.
We're going
Pull my
to,
grandma
I think,
out.
pass slowly over the forest.
If we're looking for storybook definitions, you should talk to Lucia sometime.
I don't think Lucia likes me right now.
Wow.
Their experiment.
Just saying, yeah, I'm waiting for an explosion. Oh, that's what the exploding thing was about. God.
What's the best way to defend against a halberd?
They add like a strange aetheric thing. We don't know what it does to.
Yeah, that works for me. Act by some trading chicken in the wood more. Like it, you know.
And mystery.
Really quick.
We got it from,
They're in there. They're in the.
They got it from cover.
on their way to Rosewood.
They have dashingly good looks and orange hair and red wings, and white wings. I don't know why I said red wings. Or no.
They hit me pretty hard in the head. It's hard to remember.
Okay. You've taken too long. They aim for the head. I guess that makes sense.
Now, one of us.
Like, yeah. Did you take care of them or?
Sorry to interrupt. Am I needed? He's right there. Over here.
You picked it out. So
Are you waiting for the explosion too, or are we just gonna like?
I'm waiting. So then I can do anything else.
That's fair.
Okay. What is this about an explosion?
Over there, the winters are you know, who like to shoot things a lot, is testing a new weapon, and I'm just kind of expecting a.
Because we were told Talia came into the auxiliary buildings asking about explosions, and I don't think so.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about either.
No one knows where the explosion is.
Yeah, it's apparently
Because it hasn't happened yet.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're still waiting.
Okay, so
What are we waiting on?
it's just
Concerning
now,
that everyone has
tomorrow,
like their shroud
when we
active
get
up
to
there.
land.
I have to go soon, to be fair. I have stuff preparing some.
We're literally sitting stuck here.
Yeah. That's what I was saying. You should.
I think I'm going to call it today.
Something
I feel like
actually
we
gonna
need someone from
explode.
Urda
And then it would
to administer spray.
I'm trying to figure out.
I don't know. It might be best to think about it. Leave it for whenever we land.
I mean, no,
It's a good idea.
Sweet.
Not at night.
That's also true. Yeah. Okay.
Scales or
Yeah,
something.
during the day.
So, we kind of asked what specifically would be a cause for this thing.
Well, maybe it'll keep during the night.
Golly,
Maybe
greenhouse is
I'm
crap
assuming
and
that
warm
we're
air.
just holding this should be
Hey, Ivy.
fine.
Just a quick question. Is Lithariel available today?
Not that I know of.
Otherwise, all the planes would just die.
Okay, thank you very much. We're trying to trying to figure out how to best contain some ether tech. And Lithariel's little domes were probably their best bet, but if he's not available today, we might be in a wee bit of trouble because
You
they're
can
doing
throw
some-
it.
They already suggested that, but the professor advised against it.
If it is going to explode, just keep messing with it until it does.
Explosion hasn't happened yet. They stay. Nathanites.
They look strong enough to survive, except Winters.
That's why Barrett's in front of them.
I do not think an explosion will care.
And they are doing it while we are
Yeah. I'm just trying to think about the best way to contain it so nobody gets hurt, other than throwing it because it could have some catastrophic.
And then I will take its power.
Two charged shots
I don't think that's how that works, friend.
We're worried that will go off at any moment.
Why not?
Right near your telescope as well.
Well, it's safe there. So we don't really know what would happen if it met organic matter. You know? And you're organic.
How big is the blast?
You're right. Only hearts give power.
I mean, it might be a unique build, but...
What in the name of all the gods and goddesses there are,
Hearts,
have been, and will be, they were thinking?
When you defeat a strong enemy, you tear out their heart and eat it. That is how you gain their power.
oh, is that why Galen took a bite out of that spirit's heart when he defeated it in combat?
Who let that happen?
Not to sound weird, but I think that that's a bit different from what I'm used to hearing. Normally you just exercise and practice to get stronger. I didn't think eating a heart had any gain.
It is the spiritual power, the willpower. That is what you gain.
I don't think I'll be doing that myself, but if that's how you think it'll work for you, then I hope it does.
If I was
But for me,
looking
I
for
think,
calories and nutritional value, I would eat the liver.
Is it
Much more resource there.
You got a point, man. You got a point.
That is why I eat both.
Oh, please be careful, okay? You don't have a shroud, to my knowledge.
His robot arm will help him.
Yeah, okay,
I don't know if that's a...
We should cover our throats? What do you mean we should cover
Yeah, you don't want shrapnel getting in there, it's messy.
Oh shit.
I think that's like not the worst place you could have it.
Yeah, and your dicks.
Would you not want to stand on the edge then, because the force could knock you off?
I'll be fine. For them. I'm trying to measure the speed of our flight right now.
It definitely feels like we're going a lot faster than we were over the ocean.
Okay.
Thank them for their service, I suppose.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how bad?
As long as
What do
we
you
don't
think this is
fall
about?
here, hopefully the shroud.
I give it about an, I give it a very, like, give it 1 point benefit of the doubt.
Catch people when they fall, but I don't think it's done yet.
It's not done yet, it's still being worked on.
Okay. Check one more thing.
Eventually they have to get in, and they have to catch up.
What thing?
This is one of those times.
This thing.
Well, the thing that they're worried about is gonna explode.
That is the
Professor
problem, yes.
Boswell said that to not throw it overboard because it would serve no purpose. And Lothario's not available to do his own dome thing. So what do you think we should do with it? How do you think we would be able to share
So, what's going to explode?
Give you a quick run through. It seems they're testing out a unknown bomb that has been inside Cadet Winters' rifle. Cadet Winters has decided to take a random piece of inert etheric crystal, charge it, put it into the box.
One poor farmer in the middle.
And we're going to see what the box does. They're unsure how to remove it safely, they're unsure how to proceed, and their rifle won't work unless it's in it. So currently, we've got 3 people with shrouds tightly hugging the rifle, waiting for the trigger to be pulled, and hoping it doesn't work.
Okay, good.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's so scary as really fucking stupid. I mean, I think the answer there is like to put the gun down until we've landed. And you know,
Ideally. Idle hands and all that.
Which means Winter can't do.
I'm not crazy. This is the thing you do when you're grounded.
I think the answer there is to remove the box and then just do some fucking Aether Tech bullshit wizardry that I have no idea about.
I don't know if it even works because the crystal isn't refined, so she might just blast the crystal out of the other side if it would have worked at all.
We don't know. She said she wasn't sure
Yeah.
if we could find it.
Oh. into your mouth. Why don't she? That's the one thing she should be checking.
Well, that's
She
the
put
thing,
it in
you
the
don't-
gun.
You don't know how to remove it without discharging it.
Oh God. Okay, well, we should do it. We should do it somewhere that can handle a controlled explosion then, because we want to hang on to it.
There's
Well,
nothing
we want to hang on to the
suspicious
supply.
about it,
I hope we do it up here when the wife will start to
In the bedroom.
That's still part of the plan too. We used to get done this when we had landed, so that we had enough to build.
Well, I would say to do it in the engines, but it's in the engines. No, not the Aethertech lab is above the engines. We're moving at full speed. As far as it's been reported by the pilot himself, there is nothing to be specifically adjusted. So we're moving good from what I can see. So yes, I think your calculation is correct. Oh, that's a good idea.
I think it's probably safe behind the mast and that wall currently.
Thanks, man.
I'm really good with bombs.
I'm here. You wanna come hang out behind the wall?
It will not kill me.
Kinda looks like.
I hope not. We only get one of you over here.
It doesn't look
And it
particularly
would be a real
solid, but I'll
shame.
assume it's protected.
Stronger things have tried. It will not kill me.
From a lot of things. I didn't see it. Holy shit.
Explode?
And that's why they have shrouds.
It was the gun shooting out in the horizon.
Did Winter have a shroud?
No, it was like there was like an explosion.
Does Winter have all her fingers?
Do we have all of Winters as a whole?
I lied. I don't really
What
know.
about if he is? Oh, Professor's
That's a good idea. I like your thinking. We're gonna stand here and wait for them to do it.
If I knew how to make a bomb.
Well, they're the more experienced. I don't really understand what they're going through.
An explosion activates at the point of origin and expands outward. The further you are away from it, the less of a risk you have.
Well, I know how explosions work on a general concept.
No, I just mean for life, that's a good rule of thumb. It's just don't be at the center point if you can help it.
If you can help. Oh, please don't tell me very
Yeah. He looks, he's standing. Did you say a horse? Do we have horses on board?
Cold out here, so yeah, that's
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I thought she was a rabbit.
Were you scared?
That's the horse. And, well, that sounds offensive when I say it out loud, but...
She smells like a horse?
I have a sensitive nose.
Wow. That's really mean to say.
I'm telling Winters.
It would have been the quickest way to learn to fly. But nothing happened with that.
The ship would have went down there.
Fly with your big ears.
As much as the ocean does, which is interesting.
I'm wondering if it's like actually, I think you should.
No, well, it shouldn't be, because it's just the mana itself coming from the ocean.
Yeah, but it's also, you know, there's fucking salt.
Okay.
No, it just, as soon as the moon exploded,
There you go.
the dump and they get from the ocean. For some reason, it's like it wasn't, it's like
No team member blew up.
spitting out
Good, it'll make her stronger.
more necessary for the engine when it was
It was a bit of an explosive result.
This could certainly fragment the team.
That's my best guess right now.
Hey. So,
Afternoon.
I did believe.
So,
I'm okay.
continent,
I
right?
have
Don't worry, I have a bunch of herbs to.
yes, sir. Dragon's not mind.
I was wandering through some of the
Oh, you're always helping her with it.
some of the papers I have going through everybody's files.
Than I do.
Do you have a birthday coming up?
I'm fine.
No, I don't have a birthday.
I mean, we're not like a fine red mist, so.
Alright, it must have been somebody else.
You enter alive.
Yes.
Maybe like a
Hey,
dog or something.
Essentially, I'm gonna put this
Right.
in the office because I don't have a safe place I can watch it the entire time.
Hey, Jacqueline, could you get me a small mana potion?
If she starts bleeding, let me know.
I
don't know if I'm
have
allowed
one
in.
person actually.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not sure I'm super strong. That did
Why didn't you ask me?
Did you
there was still an explosion.
have a
Should we
birthday?
go
an alchemy?
on the edge of the ship?
I am an alchemist, yes.
No, no.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Get at my age.
I'll keep that in mind for next time.
I have created the meteor potion.
Not really good for them anymore.
What's that?
Right.
It's like Featherfall, but
But you still
faster.
talk to your, well, fiance.
Oh.
Because you're doing it,
Within
I'll
the
show you
area.
my
Have a
favorite
full
thing to
bit
do.
faster, isn't that just
No,
jumping
no,
and falling?
I haven't talked to
No, but it is the meteor
honestly
potion.
anybody in my family.
Do you survive impact?
Oh, I don't know. To say at least a
Why
couple
would you
years.
ask that? Of course you survive impact.
I want to say
Badass. You get more of those.
I said
one
it was
piece,
Featherfall,
non-broken
but
leg.
faster. Featherfall keeps you alive.
Okay, alright, I get it, I get it.
Clearly you are not an alchemist, so you would not understand.
Patches can lift themselves.
Yeah, seems that way.
Hey man.
Jackson, what are you doing?
Some people will just not be there to lift you up. That's the problem. We gotta figure it out.
maybe we should like have a drink
This
sometime.
one. I'm showing the Feroli.
Have a chat, you know?
Get lunch.
Yeah,
There you go.
I'd be up for lunch sometime.
Okay, you're doing that one.
I'd like lunch too.
Patches were hanging out on the side of
Alright.
the ship, and I didn't know
Sounds
that was
good.
wise to do without some
Alright.
sort of handhold.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
So much, huh?
My demonstration.
The lights so hot.
Oh, so Dix.
Why'd you do it?
Is this like your lunch with Riley?
Until we were on the ground.
You know, it's not like an explosion. I'm not like.
I'm going to enter that room. If I am not out, if
I mean, I don't know. I
If
don't
Malik
like
comes
do
out and
anything.
say
It
that
was
I attacked him,
Winter's messing around today.
I need you to go to Talia
Alright.
and tell him that
I was there to help and make sure the ship didn't blow up.
tell
Talia's
Talia
right
that
there.
he is a shade.
That was. I don't know why she did that without checking on the crystal.
I need to talk to her now.
I will keep track, do not worry. Go.
I'm surprised that you're all let it go.
But she died. But she does know.
Yeah, she knows.
So she should have known
You know,
to refine it before shoving it in the gun barrel.
all I'm saying is I've never had a problem like that with the steering wave, so you know.
That's yeah. Well, it's different mechanics.
Oh yeah.
You just get to go and then it just sort of happens. But there's more thinking involved, to be fair. But not that,
Yeah, it's
not
like
that
the whole-
it excuses her lack of thinking on the idea to do it. That was still
I
done.
don't know. They were talking about trying to find a way to cast like spells with Aether, right? But without using mana. Not sure how that would work. I don't know how any of it works really. I didn't really pay too much attention. I was more focused on the possible
She could
bomb
just
I
have
was
a black powder rifle if that's what she wants to do. I don't know what she wants. I gotta be honest, I have no idea what she wants 90% of the time. I talk to her.
Neither. Glad we're all
Okay.
okay though.
Yeah.
Could have been a lot worse.
Hey, Penny and me were talking, and we were wondering, maybe you should talk to him more. Specifically, what he might need to do to achieve controlling flames, maybe away from his body.
Oh, yeah.
Because he said he was interested in learning, getting over the fear, but I think it might be wise to actually have a way to deal with it should he ever catch on fire.
I'm kind of trading both Penny and Kakat in fire magic, so I'm kind of on that, you know. Figuring out that whole thing. I'm also teaching from. I'm teaching a bunch of people.
Aye.
So out of general curiosity then on my end, when you're smothering the flame, do you suck the flame away, or the oxygen powering it?
Loud.
Well, it's usually more the actual flame. I've got a kind of a grasp on the whole magic and the fire side of things.
I don't know what you said.
But if you were using Ventus magic,
Loud.
do you know if it'd be possible to take the
It
air
is
away from
the
it?
blessing of
Or
wind.
if you would have to hold your breath to do that?
Wow.
I think with Ventus
There's wind. Val.
it takes a lot of concentration, and if
Valkyrie, yes.
yeah, you suffocate the flames. The problem is, well, it actually takes a little
Valky. Gift?
Okay.
The risk is that if you fuck that up, it'll.
No, it was a gift from my parents. It was to help me cast magic.
But with enough mastery and practice, you could probably.
Ah.
But it's kind of figuring out how much heat the fire has, the thermodynamics of that.
Me. Cloud. Wind.
That is how it was supposed to work, yes.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it did not. So, here I am.
Aw. No, Ben.
Feeling free.
No, no wind. Just a destroyer.
Destroy.
What does the future hold for Terra, do you think?
When it comes to
Immediate future, or like far future?
Yeah, like what we're looking at,
Smash.
not like, you know. What are we doing?
Dinner, maybe?
Could eat. Sounds good.
I could eat after that.
Should I tell Penny and Isaiah if I can find them? Okay. Yeah. Well, I saw him hitting the punching back really hard with his arm.
Hi, Betty.
Like really hard. And then he was panting. And I said, "Are you okay?" And he said, "I'm great. I could do this all day." And then he passed out.
I see.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Yeah.
You should spar Helma.
Didn't think.
I should?
Oh, we will not now, but like at some point.
Why?
Holy shit, guys. Yeah, that's
No, it was fun. It was fun, but also a halberd is really difficult to defend against if you don't have like a defending weapon. So you should do that.
It's really cool.
So you just mean offense.
What's this thing?
It helps lift things up.
You have arms for that.
Yeah, but I'm not strong.
Alright, hold on. So they took an unknown strange etheric shard and tried to put it in.
Okay, well to be fair, I weigh like 80 pounds.
And didn't know what would happen.
Or like 120. I don't know how much. I don't weigh a lot.
At the same time, I feel like
I don't know
a
your
little bit of a
measurements.
misjudgment considering
No, I can drag you
But
with it. That's the idea.
there was a high chance that could have gone
For that regard.
bad,
So if you're
but
injured, I
thankfully
can
we
get
had
you
two
off the
people
field.
You with him?
But otherwise, just give me. I could try. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
What happened with it? That's what I'm trying to ask.
Whoa. If there was going to be a Big Bang.
Oh wow.
I
Okay.
assume there was. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah. No. Good. That's awesome. This little thing helps that much. It's crazy.
Thankfully,
Alright, I'll
I
lift
didn't
him.
mess up. It could have been a lot worse.
I could drag him.
Severely
I don't know if I can lift him. Can I lift you?
You're welcome to try.
Okay. Oh god, my head. Okay.
No, it's resolved. I don't think that one's happening anytime soon.
I've actually been meaning to
It's been resolved.
try and
We'll probably
test.
learn a lesson about testing stuff like that on the airship. Maybe next time.
Try and test
Where it's less.
Yeah, you did good.
From
You did
across the
good.
ground. Oh. And I have not gone around with that yet.
I
But I
am
do think
wearing
I
a
can do
heavy
it.
pelt, so.
That's also fair.
And
Yeah, it was
hold a
probably
heavy
the pelt.
weapon. And impure muscle.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I probably wouldn't even need it if it was. Who was that?
What have you been up to?
Whew.
I studied in
Ah.
study for a bit for medical practice.
Honey, do you want to get dinner? With me and
got
Solus?
bored, so I came up. And
Yeah,
then
I'm
while
hungry
I've
after
been
holding a
eating,
bomb.
I hung out
Yeah.
with Tara for
You doing hot with the what?
Tiring work. He bomb went off in his arms.
Well, I hope I get to see you spar Solus because he's a really good fighter. And I think you'd
That'd
have a
be
great
the
time.
third time now?
Oh, you sparred
Second or
with him
third. Back in Norndal, yes.
Oh, man, I missed it. Oh, I love watching you
It-
guys fight. It's really
It was right after. It was right after I believe you pulled me away to speak with Lumen when I was still unsorted.
Oh, okay, I see. Well, I interrupted.
You found your jacket then?
We got to it eventually.
Yeah, cold. Howdy,
Hello.
hey. Good to see you.
Good to see you as well.
Hello, Siri.
Hello. Good enough for Malik is really good, right?
I have never spoken a word to him, so I would not know.
He seems like the kind of guy that would have a good enough as a really decent rating.
Okay. I did some sparring earlier with Ivir and Avi, and he said I did good enough. So hope that means
As long as you can hold their own.
I suppose that would mean you did adequately in his eyes.
I hope so.
Wow.
Can only hope.
Well,
I'm gonna check on Celine. Okay.
oh, me too, me too. See you later.
Speaking of Celine, I don't think I've really met them.
They are.
They went missing.
They keep to themselves a lot.
Maybe they're the one that we are looking for.
Looking for how? If you don't mind my
Remember
asking.
when they met missing?
Say that again?
During Kappa.
That is a regrettable situation involving Celine, to say the least.
That's all I really know them from.
I can only assume how much you know about the situation, but it was still regrettable.
I don't know what you're talking about, actually.
I assume you would like to be indulged.
If you would indulge me. But
Shall we take this conversation to the top deck just in case?
Sure, go right ahead.
We're on the top deck, Helma. If on that.
Sweater. Spear. Stab.
I never believed it. I just, you know. Anyway.
What?
Yeah. For a little while, I thought what I mean?
Rosewood.
Right when you're a kid. Everyone's got their things they believe, right?
If no safe, then fight.
You never heard any, like, crazy stories when you were young?
Then no fight?
you do alchemy?
A little bit, yes.
Well, we had a meeting earlier if you wanted to join the alchemy division.
There are divisions.
We'll talk more about it tomorrow. I gotta find medical, but yes.
If you are looking for medical, I believe I saw Talia head down to the mess hall.
I saw Talia. Namely, I need Rowan.
Rowan has said they were going to sleep.
Fuck.
Any of you seen Ox Force? We're having a meeting, sort of. Ox thing.
I think I saw some in the mess.
Yeah, mostly
I
in the
told all
mess.
of them about that. Okay, well, whatever, thanks. If you see any Ox Force, tell them we're having the toast. They'll know what it is.
Alright.
Thank you.
Alec, angry.
Alright. Rowan's gone. That's not good. Alright. Basically, we need Ventus, because all of Ventus is basically medical. And then... Has anyone seen
They have a
Lothario?
medical band.
Well, yeah, like I said, basically all of Ventus is in medical.
Lothariel is not around.
I don't know. You know, I'll grab Talia. It's like... Yeah, I'll go grab Talia when she's done. If you want to give her a poke, feel free.
Okay, are we going into the alchemy lab?
Yes. Yeah, one last time. Alchemy lab.
Then
Yeah.
safe. Protect. Magic. Wand big magic.
Rin's gathering another meeting for medical division.
Say meditate, say pray, say well, say what? Celestine. Said magic, maybe?
Have you seen any other... Have you seen Sir Malik?
Rin's gathering the medical division members.
Room. I believe the person he was talking to left if you want to knock.
Perfect timing then.
You could. Wow.
Hey, Angel.
We're
still on that super secret mission. It's a lot harder than I thought to get an answer, but I'm gonna keep you posted.
Sorry.
You wish to shoot him?
Which mission?
Never mind.
I believe in simple terms, that's just my luck.
That is also the person who left, so...
Yes, I put that together. How long were they in for the first time, if you don't mind me asking? If you saw, at the very least.
A while.
Oh, great heavens.
And now with two of them, it will be a while longer.
Yes, and what I have to say is quite dire, so that... I'll still
If
have
you
time.
if you keep knocking, perhaps they will stop.
Yes, I would quite enjoy knowing the person that burned fire almost as large as this ship.
Hey, Patches.
Going on, what are we looking at?
So
There's a couple of big guys hanging out.
I was simply waiting for a way to go indoors, trying to speak to Malik.
Ah, Malik. Hi, Luca.
Hey.
Either him or Octavian, but, actually, since Sir Arcturus, am I able to speak with you for a moment? If you're free, that is.
They were so close to being 4 big guys.
The dream.
Yeah, he walked away.
Not
So,
dream, the vision I referred to you.
ultimate team, 4 big guys.
Is that not Ignis?
4 big guys.
May we
Well, no, there's really only 2 big guys in Ignis. It's like 4 regular-sized people.
Murtesh is fairly
3
large for a
regular-sized
human.
people. Just, yeah, but he's not like, you know, buff like us.
But he is relatively large
He
for a
isn't-
human. One could say he is a big guy.
Yes.
I mean, comparing him to a furbolg, an orc, and an oni is...
That is unfair, yeah, when it comes to guys stuff.
If anything, I would say Actaris is the most impressive of us, being an elf.
Ah, yeah, no, I saw him fucking move a whole ass mountain once.
Like that one.
Yeah, just took the whole thing, just moved it down.
Perhaps he is some sort of god.
Fucking crazy. Honestly, I'd believe it. They didn't have too many, you know. He probably could be if, you know, someone didn't have like half his soul.
Half god.
Half god. Demigod. That's how this whole thing's gonna end. It's just gonna end with him finally achieving godhood.
Not if I beat him.
Might be able to. You could probably break his stone shield with that thing. Oh,
I
behind it.
meant beat him to godhood.
Oh, beat him to godhood. Yeah, no, that would... race. We're all trying to do, I think, at this point. Especially since we're rushing to a shard of Luna.
If it is her heart, and I consume it, I will get her power. Then I will control the moon.
Well, there's not really a moon at the moment.
I will make a new one.
Giant.
Out of rocks.
Yeah.
Your cousin seemed to be...
Probably do that.
Probably is back at the library.
Probably.
Did you hear something?
I heard the auxiliary. What, did something happen? What'd you hear?
I thought I heard wings.
You wanna play something?
Maybe.
I don't say anything. Maybe it was one of the auxiliary people who just walked by.
It does not hurt to check.
I don't see no wings.
Perhaps off the
Surely
back.
any wings.
I have not seen anything. I believe it to be safe.
Must have been the auxiliary. I don't know. I'm back inside. Oh.
something to
Hey, Sora there. Enjoying the breeze?
Yes, I'm just waiting for someone.
Want to join?
Oh, then I
Meh.
let's go in by the sound of it. There's something about
You're from here, right?
You can head in.
Want to
I'd say.
join?
I'm
Drink?
I've been
Drink?
Room?
No, for Ollie.
Got any
No,
tips
no,
or anything about surviving the cold?
I can't run to grab Talia if Talia's in the room, so...
I've only heard that they're really good at hunting owl bears with from 5 here. Huh? Oh. Huh. Okay. On a scale from, you know, little rift beast to the big ones, how dangerous are they?
Not the worst.
What if he's always looking you up?
Is it that bad?
So pretty big. We're talking about war claws. Apparently they're something native to
Their talk.
Androsa.
Oh, yeah, the things. That's cool.
It is.
I mean, they sounded cool. I don't know if I actually want to meet one in hindsight now.
Of
It might be
import
a bit
to them.
dangerous. They warm. A little bit.
Then they are similar.
Thanks.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I mean the sun's down. I don't know.
I am aware, if that is what you mean.
I don't really think about that. I gotta find Lorian. We're doing dinner. There he is.
Let's ask to confirm the answers she gave to some questions.
I see.
He's always running around somewhere.
Then I will still wait here, just in case.
hurry back, hurry back.
Alright. If you pick a fight, you'll lose.
Run.
Not everything requires fighting.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
I told you.
You know, Aether will do that to you.
And I would not fight without a challenge.
They got us working on.
I'm not.
Well, we recently got pulled in by Alchemy on some kind of project to try and make their potion solution
Are you
for
looking
a
for
non-magic
Weapon infusion
work.
No.
bottles so that the hopefully the common folk can use it. One join Rosewood faction. The others, just somebody who can get it from an alchemist, put it on a weapon, and make it very cost effective as well. With the interest that Rin had. So it seemed they weren't able to make a lot of progress in the last year developing liquid.
I was thinking if we just got a porous mesh and had that mist put that into a weapon, that maybe it could like hold the liquid better. But still got to workshop stuff and see if it actually works.
I mean, as long as we find a material that can't melt the strongest effect of it, that would probably be the best use. But it was also
Well, the
very
strongest
expensive
one,
from what I
they
remember.
weren't interested in that because it's hard to make
I
anyway.
think Jacqueline
Alchemist.
Jacqueline knows more, as well as
I'm sure she can be as good a tutor as any.
People in.
Long story short, we've got our work cut out for us.
Yeah. There's a featherfall device meant to be built right there in that corner. Something on the ship that I think they're putting it together there. And then I'm helping design the casing of the jet. Oh fuck, I gotta ask you all about that thing. Gotta ask you all about
You will be fine, Jacqueline.
Forgot to do that there.
you saying something, sir?
Yes, I was. I've grown bored and have not practiced in a while.
Very well. Weapons or no weapons?
Well, I've got a training weapon, and as long as you're not going to cave my skull in instantly. I believe we can use weapons.
Very well. Pole arms.
How to use a spear.
I'm more accustomed to throwing them than wielding them, so...
Oh, fair enough. If you'd prefer, I can switch over to a weapon I'm more familiar with.
This is your training. I am just here to be of use.
Then I'll stick with training equipment. Go with something I'm more familiar with.
I will try to swing lighter. It is hard with a heavier weapon.
That's fine. If the shield breaks, the shield breaks.
That is fair. Your training. First round for you. You are skilled, it seems. I'm not familiar with your techniques.
Well, most of my fighting was formation based. There was more focused around. I deal with groupings. I knew I was by your side to be able to take swings for you. That certainly is heavy.
If it makes you feel better, my grandmother was actually proficient with these.
That does not.
They called her the blood tyrant for a reason.
Makes sense for that. There's also an excuse just to warm up a bit. Starting to feel the chill.
That is fair. That is why I take off my cloak. I do not need it to smell.
We just finished the climb. Casting a shroud. Thank you.
I will say, you are skilled.
Do you have an affinity by chance?
Might be a bit harder.
Well.
I pull from my my well just
I am
naturally.
much better at fighting people than rift beasts. Unfortunately, I am more accustomed to it.
I just stand still and I focus and I pull the power from it. I used to surround myself,
Yes.
and I used to just surround myself.
I like people.
I figure it's
That's
pretty
gonna
much
be
the
useful.
same. But
The ones with the fire whips I am able to outrange,
that works for you. What kind of magic do you typically use?
though it is taxing to use it at such a range.
Divine, as well as from my spirit to help me cast.
Were you thinking of using divine or?
I am much more accustomed to axes and swords.
I was hoping to possibly use divine. I try to avoid mana from my world.
Okay. Well, I can teach you as far as the basics of channeling it, but the spellcraft itself, you'll have to find a divine caster. Maybe Lethariel. He does a barrier.
I bet you could know some schematics or techniques.
That would be much appreciated. I appreciate it quite a lot. Thank you.
Of course.
How dumb do I get? 3 hours in? Not many people walk through here. I'd rather do it in the open.
Why you
Here you go. Well, a priority to get started. At least it's not the first thing.
These are really good.
So
My grandma's grandpa ran an orchard, so got a little bit of it.
What? Because the first
Step grandma, step grandpa. Stamo.
If you want to go see him,
Oh boy.
Oh,
I can't wait for what those apples taste like. I'm so excited.
Did they say what they were going to do with the apples?
You still have some of that spicy sauce.
Honestly, to describe it in like full detail, I just straight up forgot.
Thank you. I just needed to know.
I think it was like an apple.
I was too busy peeling
Mario, let's
potatoes.
talk quickly.
Very well.
If you don't mind.
Jacqueline.
Something apple pie like, but I wasn't really listening.
I may not be around
for when I go to bed.
So, good night.
Good night. Sleep well.
To you the
You can
same.
always know.
Isn't that the whole point of like going to bed is that you're not going to be around anymore?
Yeah. And I was about to,
I see.
and they're going to have a
Well,
talk, and I would like them to know.
Okay, you guys,
You can
guys
always
haven't
knock
finished
on my
it
door
all,
if you need anything.
I see how it is, Helma.
As always.
There's so many.
I am going to bed, Ivy. Good night.
Well,
I do not need your pity.
Sauce out. I don't know if anyone's going to say it quietly in case anyone enters. It's only a quick word.
We are next to a door. Perhaps we should.
We can go in. Let's go into my room quickly.
It is colorful.
Yeah. Sorely likes flowers and bones. We got my own alchemy station. Over the ban, which has been lifted, which is good.
But that's not what I wanted to speak about. I mentioned that if I do not leave that place, that Malik is likely a shade.
And he has recognized you.
I told you. Yes, he has. He was a shade. He isn't one anymore. It is best that we both keep quiet on it. He's akin to me. But I'm sure if word got out regarding him being a shade, he might drag me down with him. Him used to being a shade. It's best to remain quiet. So, that is all I asked.
I do not know why you're asking silence from me. I have already said I would not tell us all.
I know, I just... double down, I suppose. It's been a day and a half. God. Holy hefter. You said you had a dream, by the way. Was it a nightmare again?
No, it was different.
Different how?
I asked questions, and I got answers.
Who was listening?
Irina. I spoke with her.
The goddess of destruction. I see. Did she have anything worthwhile saying?
For my questions, yes. I was right. She was there when I woke up the first time. A part of her. I also asked why she was the only one who answered me.
What did she say?
That the rest simply chose to ignore my cries. It is most likely because I am similar to her.
Oh, sorry, what am I gonna do?
It is most likely because of what? I missed that part.
Because I am similar to her.
Similar?
Because
What do you mean by similar?
Because I am a destroyer.
Yes, we both are in some ways, I feel, but does she wish for you to seek redemption, as we talked about?
I do not know. I did not ask. But she told me if I wish to be stronger, I must follow my vengeance.
Vengeance won't make you whole, I feel.
But it will make me strong enough to protect what I have now.
You already are. Who says you aren't?
Say that to
Who
Robert.
says there isn't another way? was a good man. I'm sorry. But it wasn't your fault. We both know that. We both know if you had been there, you would have been able to stop it.
But I wasn't.
And seeking out vengeance won't mean that you will be there every time a catastrophe occurs to those you care about. The world is merciless and cruel, and we both know that. It does not care for where we are or where those who we love are.
I won't lose anyone again.
You won't. But you don't.
If I have to choose between saving people and redemption, then I will be the monster.
I understand. For it is the same decision I would make.
And if I lose anyone else, I don't think that would be a choice anymore.
Okay. Just please be cautious, Ivy. We are all chess pieces in the games of the gods, it seems. And they will use us. They will pretend to care. But it does not matter to them if we are broken by the end of it. If every single one of their pawns fell, as long as the king or queen survived, it wouldn't matter. If the gods cared, they would have reached out sooner. If the gods cared, they would have stopped what happened to your people and to mine.
What if she did?
What do you mean?
What if my curse is her blessing? It had kept my clan alive through me. It let me get my vengeance.
It is both a blessing and a curse. We both know this, Ivy. Think of how many people, children, a mother's son, a brother's sister that have died to our hands because of the so-called blessing. There could have been other ways. Surely there would have been other ways to help other than this. Surely she could have intervened. If she is the goddess of destruction, then surely she could have destroyed your enemies. Or stopped them. Stop the destruction. If she is the destruction, then she can will it. And she can seize it.
Then where are the other ones? Where were the other gods when my clan fell? Where were they?
Because none of the gods care.
When I cried
They
for
don't
Robert.
care. They don't care, I feel. Not in the way that you think. They may care about this world, but they don't care about the individual. And maybe I am wrong. Maybe Arena does care. Or maybe she is playing you, like so many people in my life have played me. Perhaps you are just another pawn to her. One that she can so easily break it and betray in the end.
Then perhaps it's worth finding out. How many more other options do we have?
None. We can't take a step back from this game. For us, in order to live, we need to play it. They seem to have the answers, they seem to have a direction. That leads us to the survival of this world, or the destruction of it. If we want either outcome, we must play to win. Because to play against the gods is to already lose. The stories I've been told as a child have to be believed, at least. And I believe them.
Did your stories show your gods as merciful as those who look out for people? Because we both know that is not true anymore.
I know. I feel. They painted them as merciful, but I don't believe those stories anymore. Not necessarily. My wells were blocked in the name of Hefter, the god of judgment and balance. He did nothing when the masses came to collect what they thought was due. What they thought was right. He sent no message. I don't know even if he noticed. Perhaps he watched. I still follow him in some capacity. But I will not lie when I say that I don't think... I will not lie, I don't think they care about the individual. Perhaps their overall goal, yes, but not the individual.
Then perhaps their time is coming.
What are you insinuating, Ivy? What are you trying to say?
If Luna fell, that means the others can fall.
Yes, but... Ivy, we don't know what happens, if that happens. We don't know what comes next. to save this world for the next generation. I don't want to take that risk. I want to save this world for my sister, who might still be alive. And if she is not, then I want to save it for her dream. Her dream of a better world. Unless I see logic, unless I see proof. It's too far of a jump, I feel. It's too much of a risk. To kill a god is to throw everything into imbalance. And as I said, I still believe in some of Hefter's teachings. I still believe some ways in him. And there needs to be balance in the world. And Luna's death already has put strain on that. On the people. Just be careful. Promise me that. Promise me that and you... If you don't want to talk to me, talk to someone about it. Whenever you speak to her. Please.
Very well.
I'll do whatever you need in order to aid in your goal.
At this point, I don't even know who to blame.
Don't think any of us know.
I know the Rift Beasts killed my clan. I know Drudona abandoned my sister. I don't know where to put my wrath, my grief, my sadness.
The Rift Beast himself. For now, at least.
Then I suggest we find some to kill soon.
If you need someone to put your wrath, you can put it on me.
No.
You know, the option's always there. So be it.
It does not help. Every day, I feel like I'm becoming someone different.
We all change. There is no such thing as a person whose state remains the same. What matters is we try to change for the better.
I don't know if I'm going that way.
But then I'll help you. I'll help you. We'll help each other. As we always thought that we would. I see you straying, I will pull you back on the path. And if you see me stray from it, I expect the same.
Right. Thank you.
Anytime I feel. You are one of the closest friends I've had in many years.
And you as
And
well.
someone who I trust more than any. Maybe sometime in the future I'll show you what's underneath this helmet. I'm still... Not
It
today.
will not change who you are to me.
I know. I know.
We are clan.
Right. Thank you. Yeah. Now I need to go find Talia. Gods, the conversations don't end. But if you need anything, say the word. Alright?
I am aware. I am not like you. I will go and find people if I need to.
Food is ready, so if you guys want to go eat. And
Is there
everyone loves
meat?
Sauce. You might have to check, but it's all. No, probably not.
Certain places. It's okay.
I mean, I guess that seems very weird,
Okay,
though. Isn't it?
To me, yeah, but I mean,
brought up to me.
Better now rather than later.
Maybe you can kneel.
I guess.
Looking at what things
You kneel.
For you, they would be very healthy.
Have pig heart? Yeah, no, if you don't like certain stuff, it's really hard not to have that.
Did you already eat the one that was in storage?
Stinky.
I didn't even know what magic was really before coming here. Like, I mean, I knew it was a thing.
Gonna use
But I
it
didn't know it was
and
like
slowly open it.
In the freezer.
to that extent.
With its organs, he doesn't remember.
Show,
It
please.
might happen. It's down the kitchen.
Get up, show.
You could probably do that, you know, that patches.
Hey.
You've got...
Ivy, do you have a last name?
No, I have a clan name.
But no, so it's
What's your clan name?
They were known as the Wingless Serpents.
Oh, damn, that's pretty
no
cool.
milk. Bad milk.
Yeah.
No.
That milk is chunky. That milk is most certainly chunky.
They were reavers in northern Droza.
Sure.
Ooh, that sounds cool.
That's no...
Are they still around?
Gross.
No, they are dead. I am the last.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh, that sucks.
It is in the past. Is why I hunt rift beasts.
Oh, you're here now. You're hunting rift beasts. So.
We learned new word. New word we learn.
I'm really bad at buckling my shoes.
You tried, like,
means
you know, going one and then two and then you buckle your shoe?
Yes.
Okay, good. Seems like it's pretty easy then.
Well,
just get
I
better
think I'm going to
shoes.
say mine. Maybe you're right.
They're obviously too small.
I don't think they're too small. They
You
fit
just
me
got
just
small
right.
Little baby feet. You need more armor on those.
I think I'm alright.
You do got like small feet.
I think my feet are normal size.
If you apply more armor to them, then they will be better.
You take drugs.
Yeah, I mean,
Dragonkin, I'm going to be large.
That's
At least
fair.
very close.
Weird. Weird.
I already got called weird tonight. I don't want to be told I have small feet either.
Harry, come here.
I think they might be
Come
doing
here.
that again. Yeah. Oh man. Oh man.
Then again, I'm also much taller than you, so.
Yes.
I'm
I'm
How tall are
only.
you?
You're high.
Oh yeah, you're a little bit short. Yeah, like
Well, see, we're
not that
just,
much.
we
Like
just happen.
right
we're just-
there.
I don't know what you
Maybe
are.
you're
I have a
just
reason
tall.
For being taller.
I don't think I'm tall. I'm like
I'm
normal.
like average height.
That
5 years
reminds me,
tall.
Actually, is there any way you can give me some sort of?
I am actually giant for a
use
demon.
some experimental magic on myself and a few others.
You're what?
I am giant for a demon.
I mean, I can do it.
That makes sense.
I can do a physical check, but if there's anything magical, I don't have the means to tap.
What?
What'd you say?
I didn't say anything.
Most standard demons do not make it much taller than
Perhaps
a stary.
I know has the capabilities to do
Oh.
that. I can also see that.
I guess that makes sense.
Perhaps
'Cause I haven't really seen any taller than
Demons
that.
of
For you.
lust usually have more bulk to them, thanks to the ambrosia. Therefore, I am
far, I just feel a
significantly
little
taller than most.
What's
And I was already tall for a demon.
Well, you're just blessed with being better, I guess.
It is thanks to my grandmother's blood.
What does height have to do with being better?
Can reach shelves.
I guess you are better at that, yeah. Well, you're not. I mean, like, in general, if you're taller, you're better. You're actually, like, put your arm all the way up.
Add a character I can't. My ceilings.
That's crazy.
What the fuck? I have low ceilings. And I'm tall.
Skin issue.
Can't even jump.
Everybody raise their hands up in the air.
There you go.
Swear, every time
Rin,
I
put your
walk
hand in
into
the air.
library, there's always someone in.
Yeah, there you go.
Can I put my hand down yet?
Yeah.
What are you testing?
I'm going to say my night prayers and go to bed.
Yeah, what are we testing, Asteri? What are we?
Good
what are we
night,
doing for
Asteri.
engineer just now?
Good night. We were just seeing how you asked me why if I can put my hand in the air.
Yeah, all the way up. Anyway. All right.
Fuck. Maybe we should talk to Jax about those noises.
Yeah, I feel like that's a. I think that's a medical issue. I think that might be a ligament thing.
I thought that was the engine.
Would you mind if I joined you?
I don't mind.
Picking
Feel
up a
free
little
to
bit.
come with me.
Thank you.
Cool. Hey, Sonny.
Huh? Oh, hi.
What are you
What's so
doing?
funny? You ran
Nothing.
into me so fast, you startled me.
Sorry, I got some of that. I got a boost from Luca. I'm really feeling it.
I'll leave this one to the dice. Okay. Hi. I ping a DM. Low, I do not.
Have heart to give?
No, I eat all my hearts. It gives me power.
God, me need power from heart.
Then fight me in combat and take out my heart. But if you lose, I will take out your heart and eat it. It is fair trade. No, come on. I'm sure it will go well.
Shitty fight.
Draw your weapon. Made you blink.
Not be mad, but me think he win. No contest. Winner.
If I was to eat either of your hearts, I would eat his. He has more strength than you.
Pull.
Bert, you rip off my clothes.
You know, that is a rite of challenge where I am from. If you beat him, you can rip out his heart and gain his power. I believe in you. Okay, back to what I was doing. Hi, I'll ping a DM and pray to Arena. Low, I won't. 7, that's a low.
Good night. I'm heading in for the night.
Then why are you going to the lower bunks?
I was going the long way. Going through the mess hall, then up.
But that is pointless.
I was just taking a stroll.
Why?
Because it brings me joy.
But it is quicker to...
I'm aware. I wanted to take the long way so I can potentially see other people and say goodnight.
But it is longer.
And that is okay. No path is too long for those with a goal.
But you could take the shorter path and get to your goal quicker.
You'll understand soon enough, Ivy. I hope you have a good night.
Weird. As soon as I ping a DM, a bunch of people are gonna walk through and see me praying. If you are still in there. Simple bars cannot hold you. I don't like pinging DMs. I know, like, they all yell at me and go, "You're supposed to ping us, that's how we know things," but, like, I don't want to bother them. You know? It's just, like, I don't want to be a bother. Man. I thought my vengeance was obvious. Why do I falter? Does it even matter whose fault it was? What happened? Was it even part of their game? I have too many questions and not enough answers. He knows. He is familiar with the orbs. But I would sooner find out myself than ask another demon. Do you need me to get a healer?
Oh, no, it's cool. We're
It
good.
should be fine.
It's
minor.
All, yeah, we're good. All is well. Don't worry.
Very well.
Nothing that Philia can't deal with. They're very talented at what they do.
Just walk.
It cooks.
Walk for a bit.
I suppose.
We'll see.
Well,
realistically, what's going to happen is half of you are going to get distracted with other stuff, and the other half will kind of work on it.
There's food in there if you're hungry.
I
There is no meat, so I will not eat.
We actually have cooked sausages to the side, actually.
No,
for
it's
those
not
who only
enough.
want meat.
For this, and so one of us usually butt out on our own accord.
Sorry.
Or we
I truly can't thank you enough.
He's gone. Too faster.
I know this is probably just a me thing on account of the wolf side of things. Anyone else get like the impulse to just chase after them when they walk away like that?
Only when I'm
You know
hungry.
what? I was gonna kind of like judge you for that, and then I thought about it for a little bit. I kind of get it. I kind of get it. Just a little bit.
No.
If I'm really hungry.
No one else has got that prey drive kicking
Like
in.
I don't want to like injure them or anything, but I kind of get like the like the want to.
I just want to pick them up and be like, huh. And then like I don't know what I would fucking do there. I just have them at that point, and it's just like, all right, be free.
Be free.
Up until he panicked because he randomly grabbed him, starts running again now.
Well, I think if he started running again, I would. Yeah, I was gonna say, I'd probably kick back in.
Yeah. Wow.
They're small and chaseable. I don't know.
Do you feel like that when you look at me walk somewhere?
No, when I look at you, I get the same sort of impulses when looking at a poisonous frog or something.
A frog?
Or something.
The poisonous frog, yes.
The poisonous side's the more important part. Like, it would be a mistake.
Oh, okay. Frogs can be poisonous?
Yeah, man.
They're quite deadly.
Oh,
Or
shit.
some are just poisonous enough that if you lick them, you get high.
I've had some of those. Complete accident.
I've never found a frog I could not eat.
That's a weird fucking sentence, but okay, champ.
That is, yeah.
This is a title you're welcome to
I'm with
keep.
him, I don't doubt it. It's just like, is the goal to find one?
Good wording.
I found 2 frogs.
That he can't eat? Okay.
I mean, my father once stated long before like furbolgs and such existed, there were frogs about the size of these tables. For like example of how large he said that they were. I doubt him, but still, he did like to embellish some of his tales every now and then.
They would have good livers.
Honestly,
Why is
that
the
might be
liver
why
where
he
you
chose
go
eat
to?
them often.
High in calorie count, good for the cold.
Ooh, the ghost of Elenia.
Yeah.
The second ghost that flew through this room tonight.
Plus liver with some fire sauce is really good.
Unless, of course, you drank Fey alcohol.
Okay.
In which case you can't taste it.
I'd be able to taste
Can you
it.
taste anything?
A little bit.
Oh.
A little bit.
A little bit.
So what you're saying is
Face
your
drinking
tongue is just fucking shot.
More or less.
I see.
That's horrible.
Can you drink
But you
fire
guys, like,
sauce?
smell stuff? Like good? Or is that also kind of
That's one of
gone?
the few things, smell, sight,
Okay.
hearing, those are all still pretty good.
Huh.
Due to the curse,
Walk by here.
dulled emotions barely feel those. But due to my wife entering me into every Fey drinking competition she could get me into, loss of taste to a degree.
Holy
so-
shit.
You're going to check for
Was it-
Solus.
was that common?
I didn't see where he went.
Why are you looking for him?
Yes, ma'am.
He's in the medical bay.
What? Yeah, why are you looking for him?
I was checking if he still required me.
No, he is being healed.
And I really wish to. Oh.
What? Why?
I don't know. He was in the
Fucking
medical
Martha
bay.
smacked in the head with a ladder, yeah.
hit in the head with a ladder.
Oh. I completely blanked on
It
that.
is fine. He is.
Oh, yeah.
Ah.
Too.
Who's the other one on your team?
Wow.
With
Wow.
puffy hair.
Oh.
Philia, yes.
Really?
Philia.
Hi. Could I have like a 30-second word with you?
Alright.
Don't count it.
That's a long word.
I was gonna
I
start.
know.
Jeez, they know me too well. I was gonna start
Not if
right
you
there.
really drag it out.
What word could we make last for 30 seconds?
What word is it? I didn't hear it. I think any word.
No, that's what I'm saying. What word can we drag out to 30 seconds?
Probably help.
Reciprocate.
That's the longest word I know.
What even was the word again?
Alright, I'll count. Whoever's doing it, do it. I'll count.
You're going too fast. You're going way too fast. You should only be on the second word. There you go. That wasn't even 30 seconds. Wow. I knew it would just become
28,
I'm gonna leave
29, 30.
I think that's nice. I need to go upstairs.
They got it done in a lot.
I don't know why you didn't just pick something like boo.
Because the minute he took a breath, the word would be over.
Simply
Now I'm just trying to think of really long words.
have a better breath.
Alright, champ.
Okay,
You
you
do boo for 30 seconds straight without taking a breath.
No.
That's what I thought.
I am built for
I'm probably
endurance,
gonna go
not
down to the
holding
bar,
my
shit my
breath.
teams. Do it. That is endurance, if not holding your breath.
I don't know which way to go. I'm gonna go that way.
Good dinner. Oh shit. Sorry, I fourth dimensionally touched something. I'm leaving.
Yeah, I'm gonna go see what they're up to downstairs. Obviously, y'all are welcome to join, but you know.
Get a bigger door then. I'm heading up to the top deck to keep watch.
Days ago.
He told us that there were people having visions, and we quickly recapped exactly what that could have been. He said that he had a fluxing.
Do you know, like, solid
Full name, if you had one.
I do. It's just that be sure to sprinkle in people's names so that they don't think that you've forgotten.
I'm not judging you, I'm just preparing for how I'm gonna wake you up tomorrow. You know, your response time might just
Captain.
jump from the top bunk.
You know what I mean?
Maybe. I'm not gonna land on you.
It seems I might need to find somewhere else to keep watch tonight.
If you crush pockets, I'm shaving you.
I'm not gonna crush pockets, I'm gonna carefully
Your
jump
spot does seem
in
a
the
little
springs
crowded. Don't
and
imagine
launch
they
into
won't
the
be.
ceiling, and you're gonna hit the ceiling and then fall back down.
I will still need to wait somewhere till they clear out.
Yeah, it's like a catapult.
Try myself. You know what? That doesn't work.
Forget I said anything. No, lift the bed and like up and down, and then you'll just wake up. Yeah, I must have just misread some.
Has your day been good then?
So nice. So cold out.
Can't say it.
At least you're not not being kidnapped for a tavern.
Kidnapped.
The little mouse one was just kidnapped. By Gelub.
No.
I found my way into
They're not
a little
mashed
town in
potatoes.
that very same game. Brewed a drink that I can only imagine tend to kill me.
It appears they did not try hard enough then.
I don't know if I can trust you to bite gently.
I suppose not.
An iron stomach Yorl.
Oh, in that case, I reckon they got close. Apparently, I was damn near off the ship at one point.
An interesting choice of drink then.
I do usually prefer my drink strong. I don't think it was a drink intended for recreation.
I tend to stay away from alcohol now. Last time I got drunk, I trashed an entire bar.
Got a lot on our plate in the future, so I'm just kind of trying to get ready for that.
And I reckon it's a good job that you don't.
I think so too.
I will stick to water.
Especially now that you're back. Kind of missed you a whole lot.
Regardless, I most likely will be heading to bed soon, so seeing as my usual spot is taken, I will be in the bunks, I suppose.
Aye. Good night, David.
Rest well, Captain.
Afternoon. The evening, and then also the nighttime clean. That involves
Damn,
a lot of
you
wax
do that so
and
often.
scrubbing.
I do.
How do you have so much wax? That's a lot of wax.
It's called having a dispensable income.
Oh. You don't have one of those.
Yeah.
Didn't realize you were in cahoots with Angel. Guess it was all medical, but it's huh?
What?
Like I said before, you know.
Fine. What are some of these doors? Of course, none of these are solid. Quieter here. careful. Then what do I do? Why can't answers be easy? Why can't things just make sense? God, I hope I muted in time for that sneeze. No, it came from me earlier. I need to find it. And maybe I will.
I prefer you come here. I don't really want to be saying it when people are walking around.
That was really convenient. I'll leave.
Also, keep awareness of your surroundings. We've already had 2 sightings of the purple orb just in this room.
Did they go this way?
I'm unsure. One disappeared into the corner and one disappeared right there.
I see.
Just keep awareness of your surroundings.
I will. Follow me. Hide. Down the stairs. you were seeking me out earlier. Do you require something? Are you? Then you are here to help me. Interesting. Are you Shoth? I believe the name was. Well, whatever you are looking for, I do not have for you now. And I do not require your help as of yet. Professor? It appears they are drawn to those with specific affinities.
Well said. Keep awareness. However, I'm going to be calling in the night. I've been asked to keep an eye on the engine room, so I'll likely be sleeping there.
Very well. I usually sleep on the top deck, so if anything happens, I will be sure to let Malik or you know.
Very well. Good night, and watch those things.
I'm aware. Should have been more careful. Are you still here?
Oh, there she goes.
Missed my chance. There's no one else here, so.
Alright. Thank you.
You can go ask. Go knock. Go knock.
I'll go see. Okay, bye.
Do you want a cookie? Okay. Yeah, we should probably talk somewhere.
Be wary.
In the workshop then.
The purple orbs are back, and they are eager.
They were talking to us earlier.
Great.
I just talked with one.
You've let him know.
Yes, they were saying something about being chosen or something.
That's my thing. Are you faring well, Riley?
I'm faring.
That is fair.
Faring. Yeah. I'm just currently trying to, well, train, but not feel like I'm going crazy at the same time.
That is relatively hard on a small ship like this.
Yeah, never been good with.
If you want, I can give you fire sauce.
What's fire sauce?
It is a spice made using devil's tongue and other hot ingredients.
Is it gonna burn my tongue off?
Literally or metaphorically?
Literally.
No. And you are Drozen, so I assumed you would be more accustomed.
Raised in A6, but I think I can handle a few spices. My mother took some recipes home with her when she was in Droza, so yeah.
Unfortunately, I believe Connor used up most of my fire sauce, but it goes well with meats. And there's some in the kitchen, should you ever be interested.
I might try it then.
Though, be warned, I like to use extra devil's tongue.
Ah, I see. I might actually have a taste.
That also helps keep you
I
warm
will admit,
when it is colder. It does not literally warm you up. It just makes you feel warmer.
Oh, it gives you like the mentality of making you feel warm. Oh, I see. Okay.
It is dangerous if you are risking frostbite.
I'm a little worried that one of the orb is here, the purple orb.
They should not bother us right now.
Why not?
Because I asked it to leave me alone.
Let's put it this way.
Ah, I see. I see. Ugh.
I have been told as long as you do not touch them or anger them, they are fine.
Yeah.
Though it appears they are...
How have you been faring?
Drawn to specific people.
It seems so.
I was training this morning when one showed up in front of me.
Do you think it was trying to lure you?
I asked why it showed up. I asked if it had come for me, and it said yes. So, take that as you will.
I see. Yeah, and it's after you then.
It is most likely due to my affinity.
I don't think I've ever heard you speak about your affinity.
I do not mention it lightly, but I trust you.
I see.
I am cursed.
You're cursed?
Right, A6, not Drozen. So, there are different kinds of magic in the world, I'm sure you're aware. And in Droza, people get blessings. This is my blessing of wind. It was to help me achieve wind magic. It did not work. And there are those who are blessed with divine. And the rest, who can still cast magic, are cursed. They go by many titles. Destroyers, warlocks, occultists.
Ah, I see.
It is not something I am proud of. But But it gave me the strength to survive when I should have died.
I see. Do you mind me asking? What happened?
When demons are... When demons reach a certain age, they go on a trial. A quest to find an ambrosia. My clan had something similar, where we would go underground to find an ambrosia, and then we would hunt or gather or whatever we were skilled at, and bring back a bountiful harvest. The greater the harvest, the stronger the demon you are. It took me 2 weeks to find an ambrosia. I scoured the Underdark of Droza for a long time. And on my way home I found large tracks. I believed it to be a suitable game. Not large enough that I would have a problem. The tracks led to my clan. It was Rift Beasts. At the time, there were only 3 mages in my clan. No one survived.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you went through that.
In my grief, I had practiced magic for a while. I did not understand why I couldn't use it. I suppose I was missing the emotion. But grief brought hate, and hate brought this curse. Things were a little foggy for the next year. I did a lot I regret. I am one of the lucky few. One of the few who fall into the downward spiral and manage to claw their way out.
That's remarkable. Genuinely.
That is a word for it. I've killed a lot of people. Not monsters, people.
You were not alone in that.
None of them were deserving.
I know. Many people believe that they don't deserve it. Many people don't deserve it sometimes. But it's a dog-eat-dog world, in a way. At least right now.
Don't say it like that.
I know. Sorry.
No, it's... the monster I became. One who was obsessed with power and hate. In Droza, the right of conquest is used to take the clan leader's power. I can still taste the blood. That is more of a curse than anything. Demons are carnivorous by nature. I apologize if I upset you.
No, it's fine. It just reminds me of home, I guess. You know, they had a name for me in Ordo. They still do. They call me by it. They call me, Arahuna. Means divine curse in Elvish. In a way, I am cursed as well. They were alike in some way. I've not had your experiences. But we walk in the same path, I guess.
Then I am sorry for you.
It's nothing I can't dealt with in the past. My back shows it. Unfortunately, it's come to bite me in the ass now, so, you know. It's fine. It happens. They used to send me on expeditions, not often, but enough to get me away from Flint for a bit. They used to send me out to... when I was around about 16, they used to send me out to the wilderness. Tell me to fend by myself. What you think could be saved. Tag the dead bodies that you find. Record their location. Be a good soldier. And I did that. I was a good soldier. They didn't ask any of the older people to do it. Just me. They thought I'd be more useful doing that than treating me like an actual person. So, you know. As you've seen by my father's actions. Well, he's not my father. He said I'm not his child, so Magnai's actions I'm largely disliked. Not because of who I am as a person, but what I am. So.
I am familiar. Demons are not well liked in Drosa either, though not to your extent.
Yeah. Hence why now I'm most likely going to have to hang around people in order to make sure I don't get murdered in the streets. So, we've now they don't care if I'm part of Rosewood or if I'm part of Ordo. They'll just fucking kill me if they wanted to. Oh. Give me a second, I've currently lost sight. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. I lost my eyesight for a moment.
Do you require bandages?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Good, I did not want to have to blind you.
It's fine. I've come to realise, at least today, that there's a lot of people who are similar to me in a way. Whether they be cursed or not, our backgrounds are similar. We come from places, they give us purpose, and then the rest is history.
Rosewood has changed a lot of us, it seems.
For the good or for the bad, I do not know.
Mine is definitely for the good.
I don't know about mine yet. Mine's complicated. Fortunately, being part of Ordo unfortunately gives me these things, so can't fight it all. Wait for it at this point. I'm just idly waiting. Well, I'm idly just doing nothing. So yeah.
I think I've changed for the better.
And that's good. I'm glad.
I'm glad we are not enemies.
I am glad as well. I would be, no offense, I would be shitting myself if I had to go against you. You are a force to be reckoned with, and I do not wish to see you on the opposite end.
Well, there were some worshippers of Ordo that I made enemies of in northern Drosa, so...
Oh, really?
They were
Any
part
of them
of...
have the name Inquisitor?
No, just Archbishop.
Ooh. That's... Wait, what? Hang on. What?
Over in Stronghold Halsin, there is a section of Ordo worshippers from the Church of Ordo.
There's an arch. Oh my fucking god.
They live with, I believe it's Clan Raishen and Clan Bronson.
I see. That's still really concerning, though, that there's an archbishop in. Because he is. For hierarchy reasons, the archbishop is literally the second highest in power.
My clan really pissed him off. We killed a bunch of them.
Oh god. Oh dear.
They invaded our territory. It was their fault.
Okay, well if it's their fault, then it's their fault.
Yes, and then we ripped off their heads and ate their bodies.
Oh god, okay.
That is the greatest honor.
I guess so, yeah. I'm not really accustomed to Drozen culture, so I apologize.
That is not Drozen.
Despite being... What? That's not Drozen? Oh.
No, it is demon culture.
Ow. My apologies, sorry.
We made art out of their bones.
That was right.
It is a way of reference to them. Just like my weapon.
Damn. That fuck.
If
It's
I
really
never
wild,
mentioned
like, the amount of cultures and all that. What?
my weapon. It was made in
I
respect
have
of
been
my
curious.
grandmother. Her bones are inside of it.
Really? Her bones are inside? Do you mind?
It is what gives it power.
Can I touch it?
You can touch it, yes. It is steel.
Wow.
It is a demon-made weapon, so it will not break for another 200 years. Maybe 300 with this much metal. She was one of our greatest leaders. They called her the Blood Tyrant.
See. With a name like that, I definitely would be shitting myself.
She was slightly taller than me and red. Sometimes.
Sure, she was a wonderful and...
I never met her. She died on the battlefield before I was born.
Still though, I'd like to think that she was a very wonderful woman, but also very scary at the same time.
Her bloodlust would go on overdrive and last for days.
Oh god. Ooh. For days? Oh,
If the
God,
stories
I don't
are
know about
right, she wiped out a clan single-handedly.
Oh my god.
They are stories.
God. Yeah.
I think if I really tried, I could take out a clan myself now.
On your own or with Rosewood?
If I was with Rosewood, it would not be myself.
That's true, actually. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Oh well. I love how Jacqueline said that she'd be back soon. I haven't heard a whistle from her yet, so...
Jacqueline has been dragged from conversation to conversation.
Yeah, I've noticed that.
If you are waiting, I would say wait 10 more minutes, and after that, probably give up.
Yeah, probably.
Do you know if we have any spare steel?
Spare steel. Best bet's probably in the workshop where everybody did the tech. so
I will need a lot.
can't really help you on that end.
I need to make
Oh,
my
really?
own weapon.
Ah, I see.
I cannot live off
Got an
the
idea
blood
for it?
tyrant's bludgeon forever. I am unsure. I am not a smith. I only know bits and pieces from my father.
Maybe talk to Jackson. Jackson's pretty good with designs.
No, it is something I must do myself.
I mean, like, teaching you, not doing the design. Well, I did say design, doing the designs for you, but he could teach you. I've seen his work in play.
The metal will call to
As
me, and it will show me what I desire.
Oh shit, okay. I don't...
That is
I'll shut
how
up then.
demons have made weapons for ages.
I see.
Just because my father is an actual smith does not mean I picked up on his trade, though. I was a hunter.
I see. Well then, I didn't know that about you. Interesting.
Maybe something good for riding.
Maybe. You know, one of those swords that I was actually always looking into? Not the sickle, I can't remember what it's called, but it's the long curved ones. I don't remember what they're called.
A falchion?
Maybe it might have been that one. It's like the blade gets longer
Saber.
as you get to the end. So, oh, there's Jackson.
Scimitar.
I think it might have been a scimitar. I'm not going to lie.
Scimitars are very small, though. You're thinking of sounds more like a specific falchion.
I'm thinking of
they
the
are
one with
used
the...
for two-handed,
Yeah.
like cleaving.
Oh yeah, that's true actually.
A scimitar is a
builders,
one-handed weapon.
Basic
A
sword and
falchion
shield,
is more of
so-
the two-handed curved swords for cutting.
Ah, I see. Yeah, I've just got a basic sword and shield. Don't listen to my fucking blabbering.
No, I only know this because my father was a smith. He made all the weapons for the clan.
Ah, I see.
All 120 of us.
Wow, that's a lot of you. I'm gonna go put my weapons back in my dorm, because I know I'm not gonna need them anymore. So
I'm going
might
to
as well
check
just sharpen them whilst we're
the top deck
Go
to
on.
see if no one else is there, so I can keep watching my spot per normal.
Of course.
Good night, Riley.
Thanks for the talk. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for sharing your story.
And thank you for sharing yours. It's a great honor.
I had like one combat lesson with you, and that was like the best I think I've had in like ever.
Well,